Chapter 26:17. The purple lightning shuttle engraved with the speed formation. Hello. Hello. Beauty. Can you hear me? Did you run out of battery? After Yixian called out a few times, the robot Beauty, whose mouth was agape and eyes glazed over, as if she had run out of battery, finally came back to her senses with a jolt. Immediately, she turned to look at Yixian with a flushed face. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I've never seen anyone bring so many star core crystals to exchange. The most I've ever brought was not even 1/10 of the amount here. I accidentally picked them up in space. Before this, they had been piled up in a valley behind an abandoned planet. They should have been scattered after a large battleship absorbed energy. Maybe there was a special situation, so it was not convenient to bring them along. Yixian grinned and explained everything in a few words. Although this kind of situation was 1 in a million, it didn't mean that it didn't exist at all. Normally, large battleships would absorb a lot of energy and accumulate a lot of star core crystals. If they were to encounter a sudden situation in space, it wasn't like they couldn't be treated as trash and dumped out. After all, the meaning they represented was only star coins. Although this explanation was bizarre, the Federation cultivators who were watching from the other windows all accepted it. It was like how it was difficult to win the lottery, but there were always such lucky people in the world. In their eyes, Yixian was undoubtedly one of them. Therefore, some sighs of admiration began to faintly ring out, all of them filled with envy. The robot Beauty's work efficiency was not bad. In less than 3 minutes, a team of robots rushed over with instruments and star core capsules. They estimated the value of the pile of star core crystals on the spot, and then put them away with a large string of top-grade star core capsules. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a total of 1.68 billion star coins from the Federation. In less than a minute, Yixian heard the notification from the devouring system again. The huge amount of 1.68 billion startled him. A top-grade star core pouch with a space of 10 cubic meters only cost 1 million star coins. Didn't that mean that he could buy more than 1,000 of them? Yixian was stunned by the sudden wealth. He didn't know how he left the exchange window, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already in the hall of another building on the floating platform. It was the largest Heavenly River Star Federation exchange hall. The hall was filled with people. The 3 walls on the left, right, and front were like LED LCD screens, but they were obviously much more high-end. They were densely packed with the words of the Federation. The 3 walls were divided into several large areas. Each area was further subdivided into many small areas. The items that were available for exchange were displayed in different categories. Anyone, as long as they had divine sense, could choose an item that they were interested in and extend their divine sense. All the items under this category, including their names and details, exchange requirements, prices, and so on, would appear in their mind. It was very convenient. Yixian only scanned through it briefly, and he felt like his eyes were going dizzy. The 3 walls were divided into thousands of small areas, and there were even more than a dozen large areas. It was a dazzling array of items. However, although there were many items available for exchange, it was impossible to successfully exchange for them without a corresponding amount of wealth. Among the dozen large areas, there was even a section that specifically limited the exchange of star core, origin, or treasures of the same value. It didn't accept star coins. The other large areas were divided into cultivation techniques, artifacts, battleships, special materials, and so on. The fragment of the immortal level superbrain that Yixian was determined to get was classified as an unknown substance under the large area of special items. The exchange requirement was 10 million star coins. It was simply a bargain. Suppressing the wild beating of his heart, Yixian immediately extended his divine sense and branded it. The system prompt that 1 million star coins had been automatically deducted rang in his mind. This 1 million star coins was the deposit. After the divine sense imprint was branded, the item would no longer appear in that category. The rest of the items could not be found even if one searched for them. All Yixian needed to do was to wait in line at the window of another building on the opposite side to pay the balance and receive the exchange item. Of course, if he changed his mind at the last minute, the deducted star coins would not be refunded. Although it was only a deposit, as long as there were no accidents, this fragment of the immortal level superbrain basically belonged to Yixian. This made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, completely fall back. Then, he swept his divine sense to the large section of battleships on the opposite wall, where small private battleships were located. As his divine sense touched the words on the wall, a long list of lists instantly appeared in Yixian's mind. All of them were small private battleships of various models and features. There were more than 10,000 options. No matter which one he liked, as long as he thought about it, the corresponding performance parameters and features of the battleship, including the exchange requirements and price, would automatically appear. Yixian just wanted to casually get a battleship and fuse it 3 times. He only wanted to change the appearance of the Hidden God shuttle, but now that he had a choice, he naturally had to choose carefully. After some consideration, he decided to choose a battleship that had the advantage of speed. He already had the energy shield of the Hidden God shuttle and the star cannon, and these systems could be upgraded with each fusion in the future. It was fine as long as they were enough for now. There was no need to deliberately upgrade these 2 attributes. However, speed was extremely important. After all, the starry sky was vast and boundless. The faster the battleship was, the more time it would save for the cultivators. As for the advantage in escaping, that was even more important. Therefore, the speed of a small private battleship was indeed very important. After confirming, Yixian added the option of speed to the list before he thought about it. Soon, the original 10,000 battleships were reduced by 95%. There were only slightly more than 500 battleships left. Yixian looked all the way down from the top of the list, but he didn't see any battleships that had the advantage in speed that he wanted. They were basically just slightly faster than ordinary battleships. Just as he was feeling disappointed, a battleship at the bottom of the list attracted Yixian's interest. Purple Lightning Shuttle? With a shuttle and electricity, wouldn't it be very fast? With a thought, Yixian immediately pulled up the detailed information of this battleship. The first thing he saw was its exchange value. A simple line of words shocked Yixian so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Exchange requirement. Star coins are not accepted. Only star core sources are accepted. All are required to be level 6 blue. The amount is 1 cubic meter. Level 6 blue, and it was 1 cubic meter. To exaggerate, it was almost enough to buy all the other battleships on the list, nearly 500 of them. If not for Yixian's fortuitous encounter in the starry sky that made him a windfall, he probably wouldn't even be able to take out 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core sources. This was simply asking for a price without telling the heavens. It was too shameless. Chapter 26:18. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Dongshu Chapter. Although the Cultivation faction and the Technology faction of the human race in the Wan Luo Federation were both very powerful, their cultivation methods and living environments were completely different. For example, in the Technology faction, the main cultivation method was actually to use all kinds of gene-strengthening drugs to explore and enhance the potential of the human body. Of course, the Technology faction also had various cultivation methods that belonged to the Cultivation faction, but they were not mainstream. This was not reflected in the Sky River planet at all. After all, it was in the Graveyard Star region. Countless experts of the Federation came and went, so the mobility was not small. It could be said that after a long period of development, the 2 factions had almost reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. Whether it was the Cultivation civilization or the Technology civilization, it was unlikely that there would be any major breakthroughs and advancements in a short time. It was in this context that some special items that combined the elements of cultivation and technology had appeared, such as battleships that were engraved with some kind of array or magical equipment that had been added with technology. These kinds of items were really in high demand in both factions and were very rare. No administrative planet would casually throw them into the exchange hall of the Federation. In the exchange hall of the Federation of any administrative planet, in addition to the items provided by the government, private individuals could also provide items on commission, but they would charge a commission of 10%. This purple lightning shuttle obviously belonged to this category. Its owner must be in urgent need of a large amount of level 6 blue star core origin. Otherwise, such an excellent item would never be given to someone else. In short, this was a rare opportunity that could only be found by chance. Yixian was well aware of this. But at this moment, while examining the performance parameters and various attributes of the purple lightning shuttle, he fell into deep thought and hesitation. An entire cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin was no joke. The previous batch of star core crystals was already a bit exaggerated. If he took out so many high-quality star core origin, it would be difficult for him not to be targeted. But he was extremely unwilling to give up just like that. After hesitating for a while, Yixian gritted his teeth and finally sent out his soul imprint. However, as the star core origin was a physical object, it could not be directly deducted by the exchange hall system. Therefore, the deposit was in the form of 10 million star coins. After the exchange of the star core origin, the system would automatically refund the 10 million star coins. After doing all this, Yixian turned around and left. He planned to head to the lobby of the opposite building to complete the transaction and leave Skyriver Star immediately. Now that his wealth had been exposed, it was not wise to stay here any longer. However, at this moment, the notification from the devouring system sounded again. Ding! Discovered Dongshu Void Fragment. Value: a starry sky treasure, immeasurable. It is strongly recommended that the host participate in the auction. Dongshu Fragment? Auction? Yixian was shocked and stopped in his tracks. As far as he could remember, this was the first time the devouring system had added the word intense in front of suggestion. It had not even appeared when he discovered the fragment of the immortal level superbrain. This was clearly a deliberate reminder and emphasis. This alone was enough to show the value and importance of this Dongshu void fragment. Judging from the name, it should be a cultivation method, but it was a fragment. Even so, the system's evaluation of its value was still the highest level, immeasurable. Could it really be a starry sky treasure? Yixian's eyes immediately swept to the wall on the right side of the lobby. There was an auction panel there. After searching for a while, he found the Dongshu void fragment. However, the information about this item on the panel was extremely simple. It could even be said that there was no information at all. There were only a few words: cultivation method, fragment. In addition, there was only information about the auction of this item. There was no indication of the reserve price, only the time and place of the auction. It was at 8 o'clock tonight at the Skyriver Auction Center. A starry sky treasure, of course, could not be missed. Yixian immediately sent out a strand of his soul imprint again and paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. This was also the qualification to enter the Skyriver Auction Center. There were now two choices in front of him. The first was to bid first, come back here after the auction, complete the transaction of the immortal grade starry sky, superbrain, and the purple lightning shuttle, and then leave quickly. The second was to complete the transaction of the two treasures first, and then immediately hand over the purple lightning shuttle and the hidden soul shuttle to the system for fusion. Calculating the time, the third fusion should be completed before the end of the auction at night. In this way, whether it was because he exposed himself during the transaction of the two treasures and attracted the attention of others, or because of other accidents during the subsequent auction, Yixian could immediately take out his battleship and leave quickly after leaving the Skyriver planet and entering the void of the Star River outside. The Purple Lightning Shuttle was a top-grade battleship with a speed formation engraved on it. After the third fusion, the new battleship would definitely be greatly improved in terms of speed. No matter how powerful the masters who targeted him were, Yixian would have a certain chance of escaping. After some consideration, Yixian turned around and walked toward the exchange and delivery hall. He chose to first fuse his battleship 3 times. Although there was a chance that he would be targeted in advance, the increased speed of his battleship would obviously outweigh the disadvantages. There were also many Federation masters in the exchange and delivery hall. There were definitely more than 100 of them, But even so, there was still a long line in front of each window. Here, any window could complete the final transaction of a reservation and exchange. Yixian found a window with fewer people and waited. After about half an hour, the people in front of him finally completed their transactions, but behind Yixian, there were many new masters in line. At this moment, Yixian did not notice that one of the figures had already appeared not far away when he first took out the star core crystals to exchange for star coins. This person's appearance was not astonishing. He belonged to the type that would be difficult to recognize once he was thrown into the crowd. However, the light in his eyes was rather sharp. From time to time, he would vaguely glance in Yixian's direction. It was obvious that he'd long since had his eyes on him. May I ask if you have any transactions to complete? If you do, please imprint a strand of your divine sense on this memory terminal crystal. The system will identify it and retrieve the items you have exchanged. The staff at the window was still a beautiful robot. At this moment, as she reminded him, she raised her hand and pointed to the side of the window counter. There was a semi-transparent crystal the size of a fist there, presumably the so-called system memory terminal crystal. Although Yixian found it a little novel, he did not show it on his face. He nodded slightly and sent a strand of his divine sense over. In the window, the beautiful robot's voice quickly sounded again. You have exchanged 2 treasures. One of them costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million in advance for 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin. Chapter 2619. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Xiao Long's way of making money. As the beautiful robot's pleasant voice rang out from the window, the people behind Yixian, as well as in front of the windows to his left and right, all exclamations could be heard. Heavens, this guy is so rich. A single exchange is worth tens of millions of star coins. I haven't earned as much as he did 10 times over the past few years. What's the big deal about star coins? Didn't you hear that the exchange was done in physical form of star core origin? My bro, you're so awesome. Instead of keeping the star core origin for cultivation, you're actually using it for an exchange. How extravagant is that? You might think it's extravagant, but that might not necessarily be the case. Didn't you hear the exact amount and grade of the star core origin he handed over? Level 6 blue, 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter? Heavens, I haven't seen that many blue level 6 star cores in my entire life. He's not deliberately causing trouble, is he? He doesn't look that impressive, and his cultivation realm isn't that high either. He doesn't look like someone who can take out a single cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin. Following the sound of these discussions, the other windows on both sides immediately turned their attention to them. Gasps could be heard from time to time, and this small area gradually became noisy. Yixian's expression quickly darkened. He had expected to attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so big. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. This time, he didn't dare to take out the 1 cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin directly. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion. The effect of a concept in one's mind and seeing the real thing with one's own eyes were completely different. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to exchange for a few star core pouches. It was obviously not wise to return to the exchange hall now. With a bitter smile, Yixian could only ask the beautiful robot at the window for help. I'm sorry, I've used up all my star core pouches. Can I borrow one? Of course, every window has a star core pouch prepared. This is because there are situations like this where the exchange of star core origin happens occasionally. The female robot nodded. She raised her hand and handed a star core pouch out of the window. Yixian thanked him and put away the planetary core pouch. Then, with a thought, he took out a cube of blue level 6 planetary core origin from the hidden god shuttle within his immortal world and transferred it into the planetary core pouch. After that, he took out the pouch again and passed it to the beautiful robot at the window. The quantity is correct. The grade is correct. Congratulations. The transaction is complete. The system has already returned the remaining 1 million star coins. Please check. The female robot checked the amount of star core origin in the star core pouch and quickly confirmed it. As she spoke, her right hand was already pressing a green button on the table in front of her. With a flash of light, a palm-sized spatial box appeared on the right side of the empty table. Inside it should be the 2 treasures that Xianxia had exchanged for. They had been teleported here from the warehouse. The value of this spatial box was not high. It was considered a low-grade storage treasure for commoners. The female robot directly handed it out of the window. Clearly, she had no intention of taking it back. It was a free gift for this transaction. Xianxia reached out and took it. He did not dare to examine it in front of everyone. He flipped his hand and sent the spatial box into his immortal world. Then, he turned around and left. There were still a few hours before 8 p.m. However, there were too many people in this area. Xianxia decided to enter the Heavenly River Auction Center early. After all, it was not a place that anyone could enter. One had to pay at least 10 million star coins to enter. After leaving the huge floating platform where the Federation Exchange Hall was located, Xianxia immediately used the Devouring system to check the location of the Heavenly River Auction Center. Then, with a flash of his body, he headed straight for it. At the same time, after Xianxia left, the small commotion in the exchange hall quickly returned to order. Only a few voices were still discussing this matter. However, if one were to pay attention, one would notice that right after Xianxia left, 4 or 5 people who were originally waiting in line suddenly left and hurriedly walked out of the exchange hall. Among them was the unprepossessing young man who had been waiting behind Xianxia. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, his cultivation was not weak. He was already at level 7 core state, 2 whole levels higher than Xianxia. As for his identity, it was no small matter on the Heavenly River planet. It was just that no one knew about it. After leaving the exchange hall, the young man did not immediately leave. Instead, he found a secluded place on the huge floating platform. After seeing that there was no one around, he raised his hand and threw out a few array flags. He set up a simple isolation array that could only hide images and sound in a small area. After doing all this, the young man in the array raised his hand and gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger. This ring was actually his personal internet terminal. In the human race's technological camp, personal internet terminals had long been diversified. It could be a ring, a pen, or even a button or pin that was nailed to clothes. With a flash of light, a 5-dimensional, 3-dimensional virtual screen appeared in front of him. The young man casually tapped a few buttons on the screen, searched for some information, and then turned on the communication device. In less than 2 seconds, the virtual screen flashed, and a half-body image appeared. However, only half of the face could be seen. The other party had a square face, middle-aged, and had a very strong aura. He was wearing a Federation military uniform, and his military rank was terrifying. He was actually a major general. In the Xianxia country, the rank of major general was sufficient to assume the position of commanding general of any other administrative planets other than the Xianxia star. The Federation's commanding general of the Xianxia star, Zhao Long, was a major general. In fact, the Federation's major general who appeared in the virtual screen of the young man's personal terminal was Zhao Long General. We found a big fish today. The young man's face was already full of flattery, and even his waist was slightly bent. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. That kid should be a hothead who just arrived at the Heavenly River planet. First, he threw out a few hundred cubes of stellar core crystals in public and exchanged them for more than 1 billion star coins. Then he went to the exchange hall and exchanged 2 treasures. One was for 10 million star coins, and the other was for 1 cube of a level 6 blue stellar core origin. I suspect that he still has a lot of stellar core origin on him, and its grade is definitely not low. This kind of fat sheep is hard to come by in 100 years, General. Before the young man could finish, Zhao Long's cold and emotionless voice came from the virtual screen in front of him. Where is he? He should have gone to the Heavenly River Auction Center. I can check with the spies we planted in the exchange hall. He paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. Chapter 2620. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations' third fusion activation on the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long, was the only one who could make by Zhengjun fear him. His authority was monstrous. However, as a major general of the Federation, he had his own worries. This worry was that although he had a lot of authority, he couldn't turn it into his own power and benefits. The military discipline of the Everlasting Dynasty was extremely strict. No one dared to do something like embezzlement. Once the higher-ups found out, the consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, even though Zhao Long was already a major general, stationed on an administrative planet, and received an astronomical amount of military funds every year, he didn't dare to act rashly on these funds. In the Heavenly Dust Nation, all the financial officials of the military branches on the administrative planets were independent. They reported directly to the military headquarters on the Heavenly Dust Planet. Therefore, although Zhao Long had military power, he didn't have enough. Of course, as a major general was considered a high-ranking official in the Federation, Zhao Long's annual salary was still very generous. It was enough for his cultivation and other expenses. If it was a normal person, it would be enough. However, Zhao Long was different. Not only was his family located on the Heavenly Dust Planet, the capital of the Heavenly Dust Nation, but even on the Heavenly Dust Planet, they were considered a first-class, noble family. Such large families usually had a lot of people. In Zhao Long's generation, there were hundreds of direct descendants, and more than half of them were males. To Zhao Long, these cousins were all his future competitors for the position of the head of the Zhao family. With hundreds of males, it was naturally impossible for all of them to be outstanding. If Zhao Long was one of those mediocre people, there would be no need to compete at all because the chances were slim. However, he happened to be one of the top few among the hundreds of males in the Zhao family. Since that was the case, how could he not compete for the position of the head of the family? The human race of Astari era had left behind too many profound lessons. Basically, there was no such thing as feudal and pedantic thinking. The larger the family and power, the stricter and harsher the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to maintain the power to continue. For a first-rate aristocratic family like the Zhao family, the younger generation had to be independent once they reached adulthood. Of course, they could also choose to enjoy the family's resources for free and live a normal life. No one had stopped them. However, if they wanted to fight for hegemony, they had to go out. The family would not provide any resources to support them. If they had the ability, they had to prove themselves. Zhao Long and a dozen other cousins who had the potential to compete for the position of patriarch were all like this. Therefore, even though the Zhao family was powerful and wealthy in the Tianqian kingdom, Zhao Long didn't receive much resources from the family. Everything he needed to fight for the position of patriarch had to be obtained by himself. Of course, Zhao Long had many ways to make money. Although the occasional robbery by turning soldiers into bandits was only one of them, this kind of business without any capital would either not start, or once it started, the profits would be extremely shocking. In the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long had a large number of trusted subordinates who were like men of sacrifice. They were scattered everywhere as spies to find targets for him. The young man who was in the video call with him was one of them. The area he was in charge of was the floating platform where the exchange hall of the Heavenly River Planet Federation was located. I can give you double the usual authority. You can choose the people you need. There is only one requirement, and that is that this matter must be completed. After a short silence, Zhao Long spoke again in the virtual screen. This time, that idiot from the Bai family has caused a big mess. This is the best time to overthrow him and seize the position of patriarch of the Heavenly River planet. However, the Bai family is not without foundation in the Heavenly Dust planet. Old Man Bai has indeed given birth to a good son who holds an important position in the capital. If we want to use this opportunity to overthrow him, we must put in a lot of effort in the operation. And those old bastards in the capital have always had a big appetite. I'm afraid that ordinary things won't be able to move them. Today, this prey can throw out a pile of level 6 blue star core sources, and it is very likely that there are even higher quality star cores. These things are exactly what I need right now. It is related to the success or failure of the Zhao family's patriarch competition. Do you understand? The young man who called himself Zhou Hong was terrified. He quickly lowered his head and said, "General, rest assured, Zhou Hong understands. I will do my best to complete this task. If there is any mistake, I will bring my head to you." When he raised his head again, Zhao Long's figure on the virtual screen in front of him had disappeared. Zhou Hong let out a light breath and clenched his fists fiercely. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. "I thought it was just a slightly fat lamb, as usual. I didn't expect this matter to be related to the battle for the position of the patriarch of the general's family. Once the general overthrows Bai Zhengjun and replaces him with someone from the Zhao family, not only will he be able to earn a lot of money in the future, he will also have made a great contribution to the Zhao family. The patriarch position will no longer be a problem. When that time comes, I, Zhou Hong, will be the most outstanding person. In the future, there will definitely be a place for me in the upper echelons of the Zhao family." Ding! Discovered Purple Lightning Shuttle, a top-grade formation battleship. Fusion requirements met. Will you fuse it? In his mind, the notification of the devouring system sounded. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Soon, the Soul Concealment Shuttle and Purple Lightning Shuttle in his body disappeared at the same time. A large amount of planetary core origin in the former's cabin was moved out and stored in Yi Xian's undying world. Of course, as the energy required for the devouring system, Yi Xian deliberately left behind a cubic meter of level 5 red planetary core origin. It should be enough. After a short while, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Fusion energy absorption complete. Third fusion beginning. Progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he wanted to check with the system to see if the Immortal Star Super Brain Fragment could be used immediately and activate the system's star-level communication system. However, at this moment, a vast land appeared in front of him. The auction center of the Heavenly River planet was near the coastal area. He was about to reach it. Therefore, Yi Xian could only put this matter aside for the time being. With a thought, he moved his body and quickly landed in the center of the Heavenly River planet. Compared to the ocean area, the land of the Heavenly River planet was more prosperous and lively. Huge buildings were everywhere. Even the most inconspicuous building had hundreds of floors. A large number of shuttles were intertwined at low altitude. It was like the Milky Way, dazzling the eyes. However, in an area near the coastal area, there was a huge castle-shaped building that seemed a little isolated and out of place. There were few other buildings in the surrounding dozens of miles. Instead, large commercial shuttles were everywhere. At a glance, the whole area was like a special holiday resort. This castle-shaped building was the Heavenly River Auction Center. It was the only official auction organization of the Heavenly River planet. It was a super large indoor venue with a huge space and a large number of seats. Chapter 26-21. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Gene Cultivation fluid. The interior of the Tiana Auction Center was like a huge indoor gymnasium. In the center was an extremely spacious auction platform, surrounded by a ring of stair-like seats. There were many levels to the seats. The lower half was open, while the upper half was private rooms. Of course, even the dozens of open seats below were actually very luxurious. Not only were there comfortable animal skin sofas, but the space between each seat was also very wide. Those who could come to this level of auction were all distinguished guests, and it was impossible to have a scene of a swarm of people sitting together. Bidders who entered the auction center could choose to sit in the lower dozens of open seats or enter the upper private rooms. However, the private rooms were all locked. Before entering, one needed to scan the identity of the bidder. On the one hand, it was to confirm the bidder's identity. On the other hand, it was to charge a fee. No matter how many people entered each private room, it would cost 1 million star coins. It was still early at the moment. There were still 4 hours before the auction began, so the auction center was deserted. There was almost no one in sight. Yi Xian went straight to the upper floor and chose a private room that was closer to the eastern entrance. After handing over his divine sense imprint, and paying the huge fee of 1 million star coins, he stepped in. Behind him, the door of the private room closed automatically. Moreover, there was a prompt from the auction center system, indicating that as long as someone had entered, unless the person in the private room handed over his divine sense imprint to open the door, no matter how powerful the person was, they could not force their way in from the outside, unless their cultivation had reached a terrifying level where they could ignore the overall defense array of the auction center. Basically, they had to be at least a legendary existence who was qualified to enter the Federation ranking list. After hearing the prompt, Xian felt relieved. He examined the situation in the private room, then walked to the large animal skin sofa in the middle and sat down cross-legged. The entire private room was more than 100 square meters. Not only was there a comfortable animal skin sofa, there were even drinks, food, spirit fruits, and the like on one side. In front of the sofa was a tea table with buttons, one red and one green. Xian reached out and pressed a button. The green button did not respond, but when he pressed the red button, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared in front of the tea table. It was the scene of the central auction area below. After familiarizing himself with the private room, Xian checked the fusion progress of the system again. He could not help but feel slightly disappointed. An hour had passed, and the third fusion progress was still 1%. It seemed that it would take at least 2 days to complete the fusion. Taking advantage of this free time, Xian inquired about the situation of the immortal-level super brain fragment from the devouring system. The response he received once again disappointed him. According to the reply of the devouring system, although Xian only obtained a fragment of a corner, it was still completely possible to activate the system's Starry Sky level independent communication. But there were 2 prerequisites. First, the fragment had to be stripped from an immortal star superbrain. Second, the fragment had to still be active. The former was not a problem, but the latter, the fragment in Xian's hand, clearly did not meet these requirements. Although it was indeed dropped from an immortal star superbrain that had withered and withered, according to the devouring system's appraisal result. Although this superbrain fragment had not completely withered, it was now in a state of deep sleep. It was only a matter of time before it completely withered away. Of course, if there was no way to save it, the devouring system would not recommend Xian to exchange for it. What Xian needed to do now was to find a nourishing liquid that could revive this super brain fragment. He needed to continuously provide it and soak it in it. After a long time, it could be used after it recovered its activity. Although the star superbrain could be used as the data processing center of the star network after some processing, and its effect was excellent. Not only was it stable, but it was also almost indestructible. However, it was not a man-made object created by the human race in the star era. It was actually a strange species that existed between living matter and non-living matter, just like the Tai Sui fungus on Earth. However, its level was obviously billions of times higher. It was not at the same level at all. In the Immortal Dynasty, the star superbrain of any administrative planet required a large amount of nourishing liquid when it was used. Chapter 26-22. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What I want comes. Xian pressed the red button on the coffee table in front of him, and a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared. Through the screen, he could see that the auction hall below was already filled with people. At this moment, more than 60% of the seats around the auction platform were occupied. There were at least 10,000 people. Although the situation in the private rooms above could not be seen, it was estimated that there would be a lot of people. An official auction of an administrative planet with a starry sky background. This was indeed extraordinary. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and the auction officially began. On the originally empty central auction platform below, a teleportation array flashed, and then a few figures appeared, along with a large circular table. Behind the circular table, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen appeared. It was clearly for the bidders on the dozens of open seats below to see. At the same time, the virtual screen in front of Xian also changed, splitting into 2. On the left was the image of the auction hall below, and on the right was a list that could be scrolled down. The vertical bar on the right showed a number, 16,380. This was obviously the total number of auction items that would appear in this auction, more than 10,000 items. This was actually very normal. Although it would take at least a few days for all 10,000 items to be auctioned off, which of the powerhouses in the starry sky background did not have a long lifespan. A few days was really nothing. Xian wasn't in a hurry. His personal battleship would need at least 2 days to complete the third fusion. Even if he'd already obtained the incomplete Dongshu chapter, he wouldn't be able to leave right now. Soon, the auction officially began. There were a total of 5 figures on the central auction platform below. Standing in the main seat was an old man with a gentle face. His identity should be the auctioneer, and the 4 behind him were the female robots who acted as his assistants. Welcome to the Heavenly River Auction Center, everyone. I won't waste your time. Now, let's begin the first auction item. Those who are interested can bid, but those who are not are free to look for other items. While speaking, the auctioneer reached out and tapped on the huge screen. The long list originally displayed disappeared, and the first item was enlarged. At the same time, various attributes and auction rules were displayed. This was a bell-shaped artifact with a base price of 50 million star coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 million star coins. Xian was not interested in this auction item, and he also knew that in an auction like this, the real good items were usually at the end. Therefore, he withdrew his gaze, raised his hand, and tapped on the list of items on the right side of the big screen in the room, and slowly scrolled down. Xian's house this time. He came to the Heavenly River Auction Center for the Dongshu fragment, but since he was already here, if he saw any useful treasures, he might as well bid. After all, the Heavenly River Star Coin Sea Star was starry might as it? Among the more than 10,000 auction items, except for the first item that had entered the official auction, all the other auction items below the list only showed information about their specialties. As for the auction price, or whether there were any other special requirements, obviously, they would not be shown at this time. They would have to wait until the auction officially started before they would know. Time passed slowly. Anyway, there were at least a few days, so Xian was not in a hurry. Sometimes, he would pay attention to the items being auctioned. The rest of the time, he would scroll down the list of items on the right side of the screen. Whenever he saw something interesting, he would tap on it and carefully check its attributes. After a few hours, the number of items that had entered the official bidding phase had reached the 367th item. The previous 366 items had all been sold. After all, the items that could enter this level of auction were definitely not ordinary items. There would definitely be people who needed them. Xian had already scrolled down the list of items on the right side of the 5-dimensional virtual screen in the room and found more than 2,000 items. Among these 2,000 items, there were many good things. There was even a small private battleship that had an advantage in speed. Its attributes were very tempting to Xian. However, because he already had a top-grade purple lightning shuttle and was in the process of fusing with it, the same type of battleship was no longer suitable for Xian. Furthermore, although the speed of these battleships wasn't small, they still couldn't compare to the purple lightning shuttle that had a speed formation engraved on it. Thus, until now, Xian hadn't seen a single treasure that truly moved him and aroused his interest in bidding. As for the Dongshu fragment, he did not see it either. Treasures of that level should be coming later, so Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly browsed through the list. At the same time, while he browsed through the list, Xian began to think about the fourth fusion of the battleship. The private battleship, the Flying Star Shuttle, which was gifted to him by the Devouring system after it was upgraded to the Starry Sky level, was undergoing its third fusion. The first time, he obtained the concealment array from the White Scoundrel's Dust Concealment Warship. The second time, he obtained the energy shield of the defense system and the star cannon of the attack system from the Baldy Sue's God of Fortune. And the third time, he was about to obtain the speed array of the Purple Lightning Shuttle. After these 3 fusions, the originally ordinary Flying Star Shuttle was definitely the best of the best. It was estimated that very few small private battleships could be so perfect. So, what should he choose for the fourth fusion? Xian thought of the teleportation array. Of course, This was also because he had seen the auctioneer and the 4 female robot assistants in the auction hall below using the teleportation array. That was why he had suddenly come up with this idea. Obviously, on the Skyriver planet, this kind of short-distance teleportation array inside the administrative planet had long been used on a large scale. For example, in the exchange hall, including this private room, all the items exchanged or auctioned were transmitted through small directional teleportation arrays. The reason why Xian had tentatively decided to use the teleportation array for the 4th fusion of the battleship was actually to prevent any accidents from happening. Yes, Starry Sky level masters could teleport, but in the vast universe, there were a large number of space cracks, so teleportation was not a very safe thing to do. And inside the administrative planet, because of the suppression of the power of the planet's defense array, the space was condensed, so ordinary masters could not teleport. Therefore, whether it was inside the administrative planet or in the vast universe outside the planet, the only thing that was truly safe was the directional or non-directional teleportation array. If his private battleship could have this kind of teleportation function, in case he encountered a special crisis and could not escape, he could still leave through the teleportation array. He could even take the battleship with him. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly felt a rush of excitement. However, a battleship branded with a teleportation array was even rarer than one branded with a concealment array. It was probably extremely difficult to find one. Chapter 26-23. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin A lot of lice don't feel, itchy lot number 3467. Name, Shifting Star. Type, Small Private Warship. Properties, Advanced Private Warship, Engraved Teleportation Formation, Note, Damaged. Bidding base price. Every bid. Additional requirements. That was all the information displayed on this advanced small private warship called Shifting Star. The bidding base price and the like were all question marks and had not yet been made public. What attracted Xian was the description of its properties. This was actually a private warship engraved with a teleportation formation, which was the best choice for Xian's 4th fusion. The only pity was that the teleportation formation engraved on this Shifting Star seemed to be damaged. Since it was damaged, it could not be used unless it was repaired. But even so, Xian still decided to buy it. Small private warships engraved with formations were rare to begin with, and those engraved with formations and teleportation formations were even rarer. Even if it was a damaged warship, since he had encountered it, he should buy it. At least there was a chance to repair it. Otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter another warship of the same type again. In this way, there were a total of 2 treasures that he intended to buy this time. One was the Dongshu fragment, and the other was this Shifting Star. The value of these 2 treasures was estimated to be no small matter. Compared to the purple lightning shuttle, they were definitely not inferior. In this way, as long as Xian made a move, regardless of whether he could buy it in the end, the fact that he had a large amount of star core origin on him would most likely be exposed once or twice again. The probability of being targeted would greatly increase, and the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. But now that things had come to this, he did not care anymore. He was not afraid of being bitten when there were so many lice. Anyway, since he had already taken the lead, he might as well go all out and get as many things as he could. As long as he could escape, he would not be able to come back to Skyriver Star in a short time. With this thought in mind, Xian gritted his teeth and memorized the auction serial number of the moving star. He then began to flip through the auction list again. Half a day later, when the 3,000th ranked star shift was about to enter the official auction, Xian finally finished reading the entire auction list. There were more than 10,000 items. As long as he was slightly interested, he would click on them to take a closer look. Now that the auction items had been confirmed, he had already memorized the serial numbers of all of them. A total of 4 pieces. That was to say, in addition to the Dimension Void fragment and S, moving star, he had his eyes on 2 other treasures. Basically, it could be said that the later the auction items were, the higher their value would be. And the item that Xian had his eyes on was after the Shifting Star, which was numbered more than 3,400. It was enough to show its value. Of course, among all the auction items he had his eyes on, The last one was actually the Dongshu chapter, which was number 10,876. Of course, this did not mean that the items after number 10,876 were necessarily more valuable than the Dongshu chapter. The key was that it was a fragment. In addition, the devouring system could identify and assess that it was a starry sky level treasure, but the appraisers of the Tiana Star Auction Center might not be able to identify it. While he was pondering, the bidding for the 3,467th item finally began. The auctioneer's voice was heard by Yi Xian through the sound transmission system in the box. The 3,467th item is a small private battleship named Moving Star. Its attribute is that of an ordinary high-class private warship, and it is engraved with a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array is damaged and can no longer be used. Otherwise, such a warship would not appear in today's auction, and it would also be listed as a top-grade warship. Although it's a bit of a pity, it's actually not very good as a collector's item. The starting bid is 200 million star coins, and each bid increment must not be less than 5 million. There are no other additional requirements. Interested friends can start bidding now. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Not only was there no sound of a bid, but there was also no movement on the virtual screen. By the way, the people in the box could directly bid through the sound transmission system or directly transmit their divine sense imprint to the virtual screen to bid. Now that there was no response from the virtual screen, it meant that the bidders in the box were not interested in this item either. This item, which was ranked more than 3,400, was likely to be the first item to go unsold. This was actually very normal. Who could come to this auction venue without a private battleship that they were satisfied with? Although this shifting star was a battleship with a transmission array, the array was already damaged, so what was the use of it? Spending 200 million star coins to buy a battleship only as a collector's item was more or less impossible. Of course, a damaged formation could be repaired, but those who had the ability to do so were all refiners from the cultivation camp. Moreover, they had to be refiners who were proficient in formations. If he could hire such a person, he might as well engrave a formation on his personal battleship instead of repairing it. In short, it was too weak, and the starting bid was too high, so it could not move people at all. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no sound. Yi Xian was still waiting, but he thought that he would miss out if this item really went unsold. So he sent out a divine sense imprint and bid the same starting bid of 200 million star coins. Soon, the huge virtual screen below displayed the information of Yi Xian's bid, which surprised some people. In the dozens of open seats below, many people cast their gazes toward Yi Xian's box, but they did not pay too much attention to it. 200 million star coins was indeed a lot, but it was not too shocking for the experts who could enter this auction venue. The result was no surprise. Yi Xian was the only one who bid. This round of bidding ended quickly, and a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. 200 million star coins had been deducted. The sound transmission system in the box also notified Yi Xian that the transaction had been successful. If he was willing to accept it now, he could press the green button on the coffee table in front of him at any time. When the time came, the battleship would be transported in a space box. Sure enough, it was a teleportation array. Only the Heavenly River Planet's officials had the ability to suppress the planet's defensive array on this planet. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Yi Xian immediately pressed the green button, and soon a space box appeared. Yi Xian took in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was indeed a black battleship inside, he was relieved. He did not admire it immediately, and he kept it in his undying world. Following that, Yi Xian asked tentatively, "May I ask if I can take out an item and entrust it to your auction house for auction?" Of course, I'm referring to this auction. It could be added in halfway or at the end, and not the next auction. Chapter 26-24. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar. Entrusting an auction is a normal business, but adding a new item to an auction that is already underway is not allowed under normal circumstances. The AI female voice of the auction mainframe rang out from the sound transmission system in the room, replying to Yi Xian's question, However, if it is a rare treasure, it is not impossible to add it in temporarily, but there is a condition. The original 10% commission has to be doubled, and this commission has to be paid regardless of whether the auction is successful or not. Yi Xian frowned and asked again, in other words, if I put an item up for auction that is valued at 100 million, then I have to pay 20 million at the start of the auction, and this 20 million, regardless of whether the auction is successful or not, will not be refunded? Yes, but the condition is that the item you want to auction is indeed rare. Otherwise, let alone 20%, even if it is doubled, we will not accept it. In other words, the rules could be broken, but if they wanted to break the rules, there had to be enough benefits. If the item was not valuable, how much could the 20% commission be? Yi Xian was well aware of this point. He cursed in his heart, then asked, one last question. What if the value of the item cannot be estimated or is inconvenient to estimate? This problem usually does not exist, but such situations have occurred before. To deal with these situations, we have set a limit. For all the items that cannot be estimated or are inconvenient to be sold, as long as the seller agrees, we will only charge 200 million as commission. 200 million star coins? Just for show? Yi Xian almost vomited blood when he heard this. This was too much. Even so, if he could restore the fragment of the immortal rank superbrain and activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system, then he would not need to go through the various superbrains of the superbrain. He would be able to connect to the next level of the star network or even the higher level of the star network. At that time, the information he would receive would undoubtedly increase exponentially, and he would not have to worry about the possibility of finding the devouring source. Therefore, after complaining for a while, Yi Xian finally took out a level 9, 9-colored star core origin from his undying world and placed it on a coffee table in front of him. Star core origin could be absorbed by the experts of both the cultivation and technology factions to increase their strength, so it was very popular. However, it was usually only level 1 to level 7. In fact, level 7 purple ones were very rare. Level 8, level 9, and level 9, 9-colored ones were considered legends. Although they were not unheard of, they were extremely rare. Besides, the higher the level of the star core origin, the more the star core origin, the lower the star core origin, the effect. For example, Yi's star core origin was at the level, but the effect was when he absorbed level 1 white star core. However, as one reached higher levels, the effect would become weaker and weaker. When one reached the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, which was the Black Hole realm, even level 3 or level 4 star core origins would be completely useless, let alone level 1 white ones. What they needed was at least level 5 red star core origin. This was why Yi Xian decided to take out a level 9, 9-colored one. His fragment of the immortal rank superbrain required level 8 and above gene cultivation fluid to restore its vitality, and the more he had, the less he had. This was because such things were also consumables. Who knew how long it would take to soak in them? In the Immortal Dynasty, only a dozen or so bottles of level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be produced in a year, and they were only the size of oral fluids. There might be a lot more level 8 gene cultivation fluid, but it was also considered a rare item. If one did not take out something of the same level, it was basically impossible to trade for it. Yi Xian even wondered if anyone on the Skyriver planet had level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the other administrative planets might not have it, but the Heavenly River planet was close to the domain of the buried meteorites. Experts from various races of the Federation had gathered there to obtain the star core origin. The proportion of foreign experts here was quite high. Therefore, it was still possible to obtain level 8 gene cultivation fluids. In order to activate the Starry Sky independent communication system of the devouring system, Yi Xian did not hesitate, even if it was very dangerous. During the last crazy excavation, Yi Xian had excavated 2 cubic meters of level 8 black star core origin. The top-notch level 9, 9-colored star core origin was in pieces the size of fist. There were 108 pieces in total. He had only taken out one piece, so he did not feel the pinch. At this moment, the AI female voice of the auction center's mainframe gave an estimate. Level 9. 9-colored star core origin. This is indeed a rare legendary item, and its value is immeasurable. Please keep the treasure and state your trade request. If you agree, the system will automatically deduct 200 million from your account. At the same time, you will be notified of the auction immediately. If the bid is successful, please take out the treasure to trade. I agree. Yixian nodded and put the star core origin back into his undying world. He continued, I will only trade my 9-colored star core origin for one item, and the quantity has to match its value. If it is too little, I will have to add other treasures. Also, I have a right to choose. This item is a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. On the central auction platform, the next item to be auctioned after the moving star had just been auctioned. The auctioneer was about to announce the next item, but the virtual screen behind him flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered the auctioneer's forehead, causing his expression to change instantly. Sorry for the delay, but there is a last-minute item that has been added to the auction. Due to the special request of the auctioneer, and the fact that this item was not in the previous list of items, we have decided to release the information first so that interested bidders can have sufficient time to prepare. This item will be auctioned last. After taking a deep breath, the auctioneer's expression quickly returned to normal, but there was a faint tremor in his voice. It was obvious that he was greatly shocked. This auction item is a legendary treasure. It's a fist-sized level, 9-colored planetary core origin. It's full of energy and is of the highest quality. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar, and it was completely shaken. What? A level 9-colored star core origin, and it is of the highest quality with full energy? The Skyriver star can reproduce such a thing? Have I arrived at the Imperial Capital's immortal star? Even on the immortal star, this item is rare, okay? I don't know who it is, but who would be so generous? Stop nagging, quickly state your bid. This star core origin is mine. If you're not in the black hole realm, don't compete with me. Chapter 26-25. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Starry Sky Meteoric Iron Essence. The auctioneer was not surprised at all by the commotion in the auction house. In fact, it would be strange if there was no commotion when an item of this level appeared. After everyone stopped talking, the auctioneer coughed softly and continued. The item requested by the friend who commissioned this auction is a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. Of course, the amount must match the value of this star core origin. If the amount is not enough, other treasures can be added as compensation. The client will decide whether to trade or not. This time, when the auctioneer finished speaking, although there was no more commotion in the auction house, there was a wave of gasps. A level 8 genetic cultivation fluid? It was possible to find such a thing on the capital planet, but how could it be found on the administrative planet of a small country like the Heavenly River planet? The energy consumed by the Starry Sky superbrain on the administrative planet was only a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid. Although there might be a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid, it was at most a level 7 genetic cultivation fluid. Then, sighs of disappointment rang out one after another. The black hole realm old man, who claimed to be determined to win, was stunned for a moment. His expression quickly darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere in the auction house quickly returned to normal, and the auctioneer began the official bidding for the next item. On the surface, it seemed that the commotion caused by the level 9-colored star core origin had passed, but in fact, everyone knew that there was a turbulent current surging in the dark. Even in the open seating area below, many experts lowered their heads and turned on their personal communication terminals. They were either contacting each other to see if they could get their hands on the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or making other arrangements. As for the private rooms above, needless to say, they were even more excited. In one of the private rooms was Zhou Hong, who had been eyeing Yixian since the Heavenly River Planet Federation's exchange hall platform. He had also turned on his personal communication terminal and contacted Zhao Long again. What's going on? Did something happen? As soon as Zhao Long's half-body image appeared, He frowned unhappily. Great news, General. A legendary item has appeared in the auction. It's a level 99 colored star core, origin the size of a fist, and it's full of energy. I suspect that it was that kid who commissioned the auction. He's not in the public area, and I've checked the client. It was indeed someone in the private room area who commissioned the auction. What? A level 99 colored star core origin? Zhao Long's tone suddenly became urgent. No matter what, you must get it. It doesn't matter if it's that kid or not. He can't escape. He can't escape. Have you made the arrangements to targets? No problem, General. This time, we have arranged double the usual forces outside Skyriver Star. As long as he goes out, he will not be able to escape unless he hides in Skyriver Star forever. The asterisk minute. Zhao Long's expression changed, and he immediately cursed. Although I can get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star, if I want to send it over in a short time, I have to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Teleportation Array, which requires the authorization of the Superbrain. Bai Zhengjun will not agree. He will most likely use this method to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star and then exchange it for the level 99 colored star core. Huh? Zohong gasped. If Bai Zhengjun gets it, I'm afraid he'll send it to the capital. If that's the case, we won't be able to topple him this time, right? Speaking of this, Zohong's heart turned cold. He felt a great sense of loss, as if he had missed a great opportunity for glory and wealth. If Bai Zhengjun gets his hands on the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, we can't do anything to him. With my status, I can't do anything to him on the Heavenly River Planet. Zhao Long's tone gradually became gloomy, but it's not completely hopeless. This level 99 colored star core was probably taken out by the kid you're watching. If he could take out one, he must have more on him. As long as we can take him down, what's the point of Bai Zhengjun getting a mere level 99 colored star core? Wise. You're wise, General. Zohong saw hope again. He was not in the mood to stay in the auction hall any longer. He immediately said, then there's no time to lose. General, I'll go out and make arrangements now. As long as that kid leaves the Heavenly River Planet, we will succeed. At the same time, in Bai Zhengjun's luxurious official residence on the Heavenly River Planet, Bai Zhengjun, who had just received the news, suddenly exclaimed, What? A level 99 colored star core? And it's full of energy? Ha! God is helping me. We don't have to worry about this crisis anymore. No matter what Zhao Long does, a level 99 colored star core will be enough to destroy his scheme. Contact the Heavenly Dust Planet immediately. Tell my son to get some level 8 gene cultivation fluid no matter what. Also, use the stellar teleportation formation to send it over as soon as possible. In addition, apply to the Heavenly River Planet's supercomputer for permission to use the stellar teleportation formation. Of course, only teleporting items, not life forms. It seems I'll have to use another batch of level 5 gene cultivation fluid. But for that level 99 color star core, this kind of energy consumption is worth it. The entire Heavenly River Star was in turmoil. Even the two leaders in charge of the military and political affairs, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly River Star, were plotting against each other. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day had passed. During this time, Yi Xian spent a total of 600 million star coins and finally succeeded in obtaining the second treasure he had set his sights on. At this point, there were only slightly more than 400 million star coins left of the original one. 4 billion star coins. He was spending money like water. This auction item was not a treasure, but a material. It was a starry sky level meteoric iron essence, which was also a rare grade item. However, because this material was used to fuse offensive magic weapons or defensive armors to enhance their grade, it was generally done by weapon refiners from the cultivation camp. This meteoric iron essence was very difficult to melt. Therefore, there were not many people in the technological camp who were interested in this kind of starry sky level material. Even so, Just 4 fist-sized starry sky-level meteoric iron essences cost Xian a total of 600 million star coins. Each one was an average of 150 million star coins. Just from this alone, one could see how precious they were. At this point, there were only 2 treasures left that Xian had set his sights on. Chapter 26:26. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the heavenly talent from the imperial capital when Xian's devouring system was upgraded to the Starry Sky rank. The system reset all his abilities and attributes to 0. Then, he was gifted with Starry Sky rank treasures, including warships, offensive and defensive armors, and weapons. But now, his warship was about to complete its 3rd fusion, and his Star Destroyer sword had also undergone its 1st fusion. Now that he had obtained the Starry Sky rank meteoric iron essence, he was about to fuse the Star Destroyer sword for the 2nd time. After all, it was difficult for others to melt the meteoric iron essence, but he handed it directly to the fusion system, so there was no such problem. In this way, among the 3 treasures gifted by the system, only the personal defensive armor, which was the Streamer Star armor, had not undergone any attribute enhancements. This time, as long as he got his hands on the defensive armor and the Starry Sky rank meteoric iron essence, Xian's Streamer Star armor would be able to undergo 2 consecutive fusions, and its attributes would be greatly improved. After another half a day, the defensive armor, which was the 3rd treasure that Xian had his eyes on, finally entered the bidding phase. Lot number 9684 is a defensive armor called the Glazed Jade Phoenix armor, and it's of the highest grade. The requirement for this auction is that only blue rank 6 and above star core sources will be accepted, and the one with the most will get it. Those who are interested can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. No one made a bid, and there was no movement on the virtual screen. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Although a blue rank 6 star core source was not a legendary item, it was still a cultivation resource, and it was not easy to obtain. This armor was not bad, and the fact that it was evaluated as the highest grade was enough to prove its worth. But if it required a large amount of blue rank 6 star core sources to exchange for it, most experts would not do it. But if it was too little, it was obviously impossible to exchange for it. In short, this was a very confusing matter, which was why the bidders had such strange looks on their faces. At the same time, Xian in the private room had a strange look on his face as well. He suddenly suspected that this glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle he had obtained before were from the same person. Otherwise, why would they ask for star core sources that were level 6 and above? Of course, the value of the purple lightning shuttle was not as high as the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, he placed it in the exchange hall while the latter was brought to the Milky Way auction center. It seemed that this person was indeed in urgent need of a large amount of blue level 6 and above star core origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to take out such a valuable and practical treasure. Sounds of bidding soon appeared. After all, the other party didn't mention how many level 6 blue star core origins he wanted. What if he got a big bargain by using a small amount of this thing? Therefore, the first few bids were all meant to test the waters. 1 square foot, 2 feet, 2 feet, and 1 fun. I bid 2. 5 feet and a half. 2 cheese 6 fun. After a few probing bids, the rest of the bidders actually started to increase the price bit by bit. 1 fun was 1/10 of 1 square foot. In the private room, Xian was so angry that he was about to laugh. These guys were really shameless. They knew that the other party was in urgent need of blue level 6 and above star core origin, so they actually hit him when he was down. It was understandable that they wanted to get a bargain, but to increase the price bit by bit, it was a little too evil. At the same time, in another private room, an extremely resentful female voice sounded at this moment. Of course, the voice was only in the private room and didn't spread out. Miss, these guys are really shameless. They are such bullies. There were 2 figures in the room. The one standing next to the sofa was a young girl in a green dress. She was probably a personal maid or something like that. She was the one who was complaining at the moment. The one sitting in the middle of the sofa was also a young woman. She wore a light purple long dress and had a pretty and dignified face. Facing the same thing, she didn't show any resentment on her face. Instead, she revealed an extraordinary bearing that wouldn't be surprised even if she was humiliated. The glazed jade phoenix armor that was being auctioned was hers, and so was the purple lightning shuttle that Yixian had obtained previously. Lalaw, the auction is a matter of mutual consent. It's their business how they bid. Why be resentful? She turned around and glanced at the lady in the green dress who was standing beside the sofa. The beauty in the light purple dress smiled indifferently. Moreover, if they are willing to offer too little, I won't approve of it and will cancel the auction. Anyway, the purple lightning shuttle has already raised 1 square foot of blue level, 6-star core origin from before. Coupled with the level 9 colored star core origin that will be auctioned later, there isn't much left. In other words, it seemed that she had already determined that the level 9 colored legendary star core origin was destined to be hers. What was even stranger was that Lulu wasn't the least bit surprised by these words. Instead, she thought that this was how it should be, and the resentment on her face gradually eased. That's right. If that's really the case, Luluwa hopes that this group of people will continue to shamelessly add on. In that case, Miss, you won't have to part with your precious glazed jade phoenix armor in the end. Although this armor is something that you used before, it's still a girl's personal armor. If it's auctioned off by a wretched man. Miss, you are the glazed jade phoenix on the human ranking list of the Federation. Even in the entire Myriad Net Federation, you are a peerless genius of the younger generation. How can you allow yourself to be sullied by a poor cultivator from a small corner of the heavenly river planet? Luluwa, you are becoming more and more arrogant. The purple-robed woman frowned, her expression faintly displeased. Yes, we are indeed from the imperial capital, but the starry sky is vast. Where can there be no true powerhouses? Your attitude really disappoints me. It seems that I really shouldn't have brought you out for this clan trial. Miss Luluwa still had a trace of unwillingness on her face, but she hesitated and didn't continue speaking. Let's not talk about other things. Just that level 9 colored star core origin just now is an item that is hard to come by even on the immortal star of the imperial capital. Today, it appeared on the heavenly river planet, and you still have the nerve to call it a poor corner of the heavenly river planet? While speaking, the purple-robed woman suddenly turned her head to look at the virtual screen in front of her and chuckled. Look, besides the one who took out the level 9 colored star core origin, isn't there another one? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a big deal. A level 7 purple cube? This guy's heroism is probably going to make those people who bid just now feel so ashamed that they can't show their faces. Chapter 26-27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the last auction item. A cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin was absolutely shocking no matter where it was placed. Although it wasn't the legendary black or 9-colored planetary core origin, it was still the most top-grade planetary core origin. It wasn't hard to see a little of it, but a whole cubic meter of it was hard to imagine. Even Lalaw, who had just expressed that she didn't want the glazed jade phoenix armor to be sold so that some stinky man wouldn't tarnish her mistress's image, was now urging him to sell it. This cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin was indeed the price that Yixian had quoted. During the last crazy excavation, Yixian had obtained a total of more than 20 cubic meters of level 7 purple planetary core origin. Therefore, he didn't feel the pinch at all when he took out 1 cubic meter of it. Although he felt that this cubic meter of level 7 planetary core origin was slightly more valuable than the glazed jade phoenix armor, it wasn't much. Moreover, the other party was indeed his benefactor, who had allowed him to obtain the purple lightning shuttle and this top-grade armor. Now that the other party was in trouble, Yixian should do the same, even if it was a good karma. He believed that the other party would understand after seeing the price of a cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin. After all, who would be willing to squander such a precious item? At this moment, Xian put the cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin into a planetary core pouch and placed down the coffee table in front of him. Then, he used a teleportation array to send out a small space box. He scanned the box with his divine sense and saw that there was indeed an extraordinary armor inside that was overflowing with light. However, just as Xian's smile was about to form, it immediately froze. This armor was actually for women, and it didn't look like an outer armor, but a personal item worn inside. Boom! Xian was immediately dumbfounded by the explosion in his mind. Could it be that the mysterious expert who had reluctantly given up the purple lightning shuttle and the glazed jade phoenix armor was actually a woman? Moreover, looking at the style of this close-fitting armor, this woman's age was clearly not too old. When Xian realized that he had actually obtained a woman's personal armor, he immediately felt uneasy and depressed. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly as he kept the spatial box into the undying world within his body. Although it was a woman's item, and a personal one at that, he wasn't going to equip it directly. He was just fusing with it. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't that unacceptable. However, this matter still made him feel somewhat strange and awkward. Fortunately, no one knew about it. Even the original owner of the glazed treasure armor didn't know that he was the one who had won the bid for it. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. The appearance of this 1 cubic level 7 purple planetary core origin caused an uproar in the auction venue once again, especially those who had only bid for a level 6 blue planetary core origin before this. However, they had actually increased the bid bit by bit. All of them were extremely embarrassed. However, due to the fact that a level 9-colored star core origin had already appeared before, and although a level 7 star core origin was stunning, the bidders present today had already made a mental comparison, so they weren't too surprised. This small disturbance soon passed. After an hour, the final auction item that Xian had his eyes on, which was the Dongshu fragment that he had come to the Tianhao Auction Center for in the first place, finally began to be auctioned. This auction item is a cultivation technique called the Dongshu fragment. However, it's a fragment, so it's called the Dongshu fragment. Although this cultivation technique is a fragment, it is complete for the 7 realms before the black hole realm. It's just missing the cultivation technique for the black hole realm and beyond. Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up. It was indeed worthy of being evaluated as a priceless treasure by the devouring system. Although there were only the first 7 realms, it was more than enough for Xian. Although the cultivation camp was on the other side of the 3rd universe, Xian was confident that as long as he completed the cultivation of the first 7 realms, he would be able to reach it no matter how long the journey was. When that time came, he might have the opportunity to find the remaining fragment. After all, he was currently only in the 1st realm, the Star Core realm. This Dongshu fragment was enough for him to use for a very long time. Since that was the case, he was determined to get this item. He had to win it no matter what. It was also at this moment that the auctioneer below began to introduce the auction requirements for this item. The bidding requirement for this item are also very simple. No star coins are accepted, and no bartering is accepted. The only thing the owner of this item needs is a star core origin, and it must be at least rank 7 purple quality. Wow! The entire auction house was in an uproar again. Another star core origin? What was going on today? Why was this happening again and again? It was worth noting that star core essence was the best cultivation resource. The reason why the entire Myriad Sifting Federation, and even some of the Heavenly Legacy clan's servant races, had flocked to the domain of the Falling Domain was to obtain star core essence. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to hand over the star core origin that they had obtained so easily? Although this kind of special bidding requirement was usually heard, it was usually a star core origin that was at least class 5 red in quality, and it was rare for it to appear. However, it had appeared several times today, and it was always a star core origin that was at least class 5 red in quality. The previous requests were fine, but this time it was even more outrageous. The owner wanted class 7 purple in quality, which meant class 8 black in quality and class 9 color in quality. Although the Dongshu fragment was precious it was a fragment after all. It was impossible to exchange it for a Class 9 colored in quality. In other words, the owner was just hinting that he wanted Class 8 black in quality. Given the rarity of Class 8 black in quality, a fist-sized star core origin should be enough to exchange for the Dongshu fragment. However, how could an ordinary person have such a thing? Miss, we already have enough high-quality star core origin. In fact, the Class 9 colored in quality is enough. Besides, we've already exchanged many Class 7 and Class 6 star cores with the previous items. Why don't we apply to cancel this auction? In the same private room, Luo turned to the woman in green and said with a pained expression, "This Dongshu fragment is a Starry Sky treasure level cultivation method. Although you've already imprinted a copy of it, it's best that it doesn't leak out." No. Chapter 26-28. Chapter 26-28. Chapter 268, The Hidden Purple Shuttle. Isn't it just a level 8 black crystal? There will definitely be. Didn't a level 9 colored one appear before? Lulua's mouth twitched. Who knows, that guy who took out a cube of level 7 purple might also have some level 8 black crystals. After all, he has so many level 7 purple crystals. You think there are two people? A playful smile appeared on the purple dress girl's face. Her words seemed to be explaining, but also seemed to be muttering to herself. I suspect that they are the same person, including the guy who bought the purple lightning shuttle in the Heavenly River Star Federation Exchange Hall. It's really strange. Although the purple lightning shuttle is branded with a speed formation, it is not excessively precious. To not even let go of the purple lightning shuttle, it means that this person's cultivation should not be very strong. But if that's the case, how did he obtain so many high-quality star core origins? Could it be that he's the same as me, a disciple from one of the 3 great imperial capitals, great clans? Even from the imperial capital? Oh my god, miss, look, level 8 black has really appeared. Right at this moment, Luluo suddenly exclaimed, "Our incomplete chapter of the Dongshu dimension was originally auctioned off. I wonder who took out this Class 8 black star core origin. It's actually a top-grade item full of energy." The girl in the green dress smiled faintly, and the playful smile at the corner of her mouth became even more intense. All the bidders at the auction venue were already numb to the appearance of this level 8 black galactic core origin. The auction this time was really too strange. First, there was a level 7 purple core. Then there was a level 8 black core that was the size of a fist and was full of energy. Then there was the level 9 colored core. TSK, TSK, TSK. It gave people the feeling that this kind of top-grade star core origin was already sold everywhere and was worthless. This was obviously impossible. Then, the only explanation was very simple. Whether it was the level 7 purple crystal or the 2 level 8 black and level 9 colored crystals, if there were no accidents, they were all taken out by the same person. This person was either very lucky and had dug out a star that contained a large amount of high-quality star core origin, or he had an extraordinary background and a powerful background. These resources were all obtained from the family behind him. Such beings might be rare in other domains, but they were much more likely to appear in the domain of the falling domain. However, judging from his actions of bidding for the glazed jade phoenix armor, even if this person's identity was really noble, his cultivation was definitely not too high. After all, this glazed jade phoenix armor was actually something that the purple-dressed woman used in the past. Because of this, many people were secretly paying attention to this matter even before the auction was over. However, although these people knew that the person with a large amount of high-quality star core origin was in the box area, they did not know which box he was in. When the people in the box were bidding, the big screen would not show the box's serial number. Only the people in the auction center would know the box's serial number. Therefore, the experts in the auction center who harbored evil intentions were secretly using their connections to get this information. It was foreseeable that although Yi Xian had not been exposed yet, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. The Tina Auction Center was so big and there were so many staff members that it was impossible for everyone to resist the temptation. It was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Yi Xian was also well aware of this, but he really did not care. This was because when he handed over the level 8 Black Star Core Origin in exchange for the incomplete Dongshu scripture and stored it in his undying world, the long-awaited notification of the devouring system finally rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The third fusion is complete. You have obtained the top-grade warship, the hidden purple shuttle. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, instantly fell by half. With a strong sense of expectation, Yixian checked the hidden purple shuttle that had completed the third fusion. Its appearance was indeed different from the previous Hidden God shuttle. It had become an extremely luxurious purple warship. In terms of attributes, the strength of the energy shield had increased, and so did the star cannon. The concealment array was still there, and the various mysterious runes that covered the entire surface of the warship had changed. The runes of the speed array had been added, making it even more complicated and difficult to understand. The most obvious improvement was the speed. The previous Hidden God shuttle was already very fast, and even a large planet-grade warship could not catch up with it. Now its speed had doubled. Yixian did not expect such a result and was very surprised. It seems that the quality of the Purple Lightning shuttle is still above my original expectations. Otherwise, this hidden purple shuttle that has completed the third fusion would not be so fast. Yixian nodded his head and muttered to himself. Yixian was even more confident in his successful escape after the auction ended. But he could not leave yet, because his level 9 colored star core origin would officially enter the auction at the end of the entire auction. He had already paid the commission of 200 million star coins. What's more, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid was so important to him. Yixian could not give it up just like that. At present, there were still thousands of items waiting to enter the official auction. Yixian calculated the time and estimated that it would take about a day. If he continued to fuse the warship for the fourth time, there would definitely not be enough time. He now had two choices. One was to fuse the meteoric iron essence that he had already fused for the second time. The other was to fuse the starlight armor once. Of course, there were also two choices. One was to fuse with the meteoric iron essence for the first time. The other was to fuse with the glazed jade phoenix armor for the first time. After thinking about it for a while, Yixian made his choice. It was a critical moment now. With his cultivation realm, what he needed most at present was obviously his defense. Therefore, Yixian decided to fuse the starlight armor with the starlight armor. As for the treasure to be fused for the first time, Yixian chose the meteoric iron essence. Although this kind of starlight-level equipment refining treasure was extremely difficult to melt, it was not a problem for the fusion system. Another important feature of the meteoric iron essence was that it was extremely hard. Yixian had just bid for 4 pieces. If he added 2 pieces to the starlight armor, its hardness would obviously be greatly improved. In case of an accident, it would also be a layer of defense. After making the decision, he immediately took out the starlight armor and the 2 pieces of starlight-level meteoric iron essence and put them in the small space of the fusion system. Then, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Fusible treasure found. Starlight armor. Starlight-level meteoric iron essence. Do you want to fuse it? Chapter 26-29. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor. Nearly a day later, the first fusion of the meteorite armor was finally completed. Yixian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief and checked the Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor that he had obtained after the first fusion. He found that its defensive capabilities had indeed improved by a large margin, and its outer appearance had also changed. It was completely black and had a bold design. Specks of starlight occasionally bloomed on the surface of the armor, flashed, and then disappeared into the armor again. In short, this was a very practical and eye-catching protective armor. Yixian was extremely satisfied. With a thought, he directly equipped it on his body. However, when it wasn't activated, it was hidden within his body. Only when it was in battle would it appear and become an outer defensive armor. At this point, Yi Xian had completed all the preparations for his quick escape after the auction ended. In fact, he did not have much to prepare. After all, his cultivation level was still too low, and there was not much he could do. It was just a suit of armor that had been fused and a small private warship that was terrifyingly fast. Although it was simple, it should be enough if he was caught off guard. At this time, the bidding for the last item of the auction had finally been completed. Next up was Yi Xian's level 9 colored star core origin. When the auctioneer below announced that the star core origin had officially entered the auction segment, all the bidders in the venue immediately became nervous. In fact, even outside the venue, many people were paying attention, including the two big shots of the Sky River planet, Bai Jingjun and the commander of the Federation military, Zhao Long. Next up is the last item of this auction, which is the level 9 colored star core origin that has been announced before. The seller has requested that the bidders must have a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or above. Those who meet this condition can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire conference room was filled with discussions. However, no one made a bid for it. In the private room, where the girl in the purple dress was, the personal maid called Lu Luo seemed to be a little anxious. She urged, "Miss, why aren't you bidding? Genetic cultivation fluid is nothing to us." The Xianyuan family is one of the 3 major genetic families in the empire. We are also one of the families in the entire empire that is able to formulate level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. You have a lot of them, so I'm sure they will be satisfied. In that case, what is there to be anxious about? Let's wait and see. There is no hurry. The girl in the purple dress Essence Starlight, Jade Essence Starlight Editor, Transin. She was thinking about something. In the other private room, there were 2 men who had only arrived halfway through the auction. Both of them had the surname Bai. One was Bai Hao, and the other was Bai Hong. They were both Bai Zhongjuan's trusted aides. This time, the 2 of them had brought 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid that Bai Zhongjun had temporarily transferred from the capital, Tianqian Star. Their purpose was to exchange for the level 9 colored star core origin. These 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only 20 milliliters each, which was about the same amount as a tube of oral fluid. In fact, all gene cultivation fluids were like this, and the amount was also the same. The only difference was the amount of energy contained in the liquid inside the tubes. Even though the amount of these 2 level 8 gene cultivation fluids was so small that it was not eye-catching, its value was very shocking. Although such a thing could be obtained from the Tianqian Star of the Tianqian country. In fact, such a level 8 gene cultivation fluid was impossible for a small country to concoct. Only in the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires under the Everlasting Dynasty would there be a few clans that possessed this ability. Therefore, the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in Tianqian Star was actually distributed by the imperial capitals every year. The amount was fixed. Because of this, even though Bai Jingjun had a good son who held an important position in the Tianqian Star, he could only obtain 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in such a short period of time. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were not enough to exchange for the level 9 colored star core origin. Therefore, under Bai Zhongjuan's authorization, Bai Hao and Bai Hong brought many other treasures this time as supplementary items for the owner of the star core origin to choose from. It seems that no one in this group can produce a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. After waiting for a minute and seeing that no one made a bid, a smug look appeared on Bai Hong's face. Come to think of it, in the entire Tianqian Star, only Xingzhang and Zhao Long have the ability to obtain a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid from the Tianqian Star. However, this is an auction. Even if Zhao Long has the ability, he is too far away to deliver it immediately. It seems that this level 9 colored star core origin is destined to be our Xingzhang's. Haha! In that case, let's not delay any longer. This time, we have made a great contribution. Let's end this quickly and go back to receive our reward. On the side, Bai Hao raised his head and laughed, then transmitted his voice. In the private room, this guy could have made a bid with a divine sense imprint, but now he deliberately did so obviously to show off and show off. In addition, he deliberately provoked and demonstrated to Zhao Long, since no one is bidding, I, by how will not be polite. I offer 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. In addition, there are 10 top-quality warships, armors, magic weapons, and other treasures for you to choose from. Of course, you can only take away 5 of the 10 top-quality items, but in addition, the Bai family of Tiana Star can also promise a favor. Hearing this, the whole venue suddenly became noisy again. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were indeed not as good as the level 9-colored star core origin, but with the addition of the 5 top-quality treasures, although it was not enough, it was not far off. In the end, if the Bai family of Tiana Star promised a favor in public, then this amount was obviously a little bit more than what was needed. The Bai family of Tiana Star, this was just a vague way of saying it. In fact, it was completely a promise from Tiana Star, because who dare to call themselves the Bai family here, except for the people sent by Bai Jingjun, the Bai family of Tiana Star? The significance of the promise of an administrative planet and the value that it could reflect at certain times may in fact surpass the level 9-colored star core origin. From the looks of it, Bai Zhengxing was determined to obtain the star core's origin core. Chapter 2630. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. What was the Bai family? The Bai family? Yi Xian frowned immediately. At the same time, he was caught in a dilemma. No one had made a bid for an entire minute. At that time, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He had thrown away 200 million star coins for nothing, but the key was that he did not get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid he needed. After leaving this time, he had no intention of returning to the Skyriver Star in the near future. Since that was the case, it was basically impossible for him to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid in the near future. The closest administrative planet to the Skyriver Star in the Tianxin country was located in the distant void of the galaxy. With the speed of the purple hidden shuttle he had just obtained, he might not be able to reach it even after several years. Therefore, Yi Xian was quite unwilling to accept this. Later, when Bai Hao made a bid, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised at first. However, when he heard that his surname was Bai, Yi Xian already had a bad premonition in his heart. When he heard the latter part of the bid, his heart completely sank again. Although he needed these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, if he were to give away the level 9-colored one, the result would be no different from giving away the enemy. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Although these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were a little lacking, they were the hope of restoring the immortal super brain fragment in his hand. They were also the hope of Yi Xian obtaining more devouring origins. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a dilemma. Should he trade or not? For a moment, Yi Xian was completely unable to make up his mind. Just as he was hesitating, a second voice suddenly rang out like a pleasant surprise. Moreover, it was actually a woman. His voice carried a kind of coldness, a kind of indifference, and even a strong sense of arrogance. I'll offer 6 vials of grade 8 gene cultivation fluid. Wow! The entire auction hall was in an uproar again. Firstly, it was because of this unexpected turn of events. Secondly, it was because the other party had made a bid for 6 tubes. Even on the capital's heavenly dust star, a level 9-colored legendary level star core Origins market price was only comparable to 5 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. For this woman to have this type of thing in her hands, there was no way she didn't know about this, yet she just had to report an extra tube. On the one hand, this showed that she was determined to get this 9th level 9-colored crystal. On the other hand, it was actually a hint to some people with bad intentions in the venue. My background is not simple. You'd better not make a mistake. In fact, the effects were already showing. The eyes of the black hole stage old man lit up when he heard someone bid again, but when he heard that the price was 6 tubes, he frowned again and fell into deep thought. Apart from that, Yi Xian could also tell that there was a third layer of meaning behind his words. As for the third level, it was specifically targeted at Yi Xian alone. Previously, When Yixian had bid for the glazed jade phoenix armor, due to various reasons, he had purposely paid an extra level 7 purple level star core origin. And now, he had encountered the same situation. Unfortunately, the other party was also a woman, which was one of the conditions to be the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, Yixian was extremely suspicious that this woman who had 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid was most likely the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle. And a reason why she had taken out 6 tubes, other than to reciprocate Yixian's previous actions, was more likely to be a hint. If I can casually take out 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, then why can't I have one of level 8 and above? This was ridiculous. After all, in the entire Everlasting Dynasty, there was only one clan in the Everlasting Star that could concoct level 9 gene cultivation fluid. There were only a dozen tubes in a year, and normally they wouldn't leak out of the capital. However, it wasn't completely impossible. For example, Yixian himself, who would know that he still had 2 cubes of the 8th level black and a total of 107 cubes of the 9th level 99 colors. Judging others by their own standards, Yixian suddenly developed a strong interest in this woman. Just as Yixian was pondering this, Bai Hong's voice rang out again. This time, he obviously couldn't continue to bid, because no one on the Sky River Star could take out more than 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Bai Hong had spoken up because he was angry because he thought that he represented by Xianxia, the local tyrant, so he had issued a public warning. Although this was not in accordance with the rules of the Sky River Auction Center and could even damage its reputation, the Auction Center was originally an official organization. Even if the person in charge was dissatisfied, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Girl, you'd better consider carefully before you make a bid. Don't be fooled by the fact that you've taken out 4 extra vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. We also have 10 top-grade treasures and a promise from the Bai family. Especially this promise, its value is immeasurable. It might even be more valuable than your 6 vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Since it's not worth as much as my bid, and you're behind me, aren't you deliberately making trouble? These words were shameless enough. What the other party wanted was a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Naturally, they would choose a bidder with 6 vials. However, this Bai Hong was pestering them endlessly, insisting on making a fuss about the total value. This was simply a blatant attempt to force a deal. In fact, although these words were directed at the woman who made the next bid, they were also a warning to Yixian. The latter obviously understood. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he was about to speak up. However, before Yixian could open his mouth, the woman's voice was heard again. A favor from the Bai family? What does the Bai family count for? This young lady is from the imperial capital. Do you think this sentence carries enough weight? The imperial capital? A large number of gasps rang out. This time, even the expression of the black hole realm elder changed. The so-called imperial capital was naturally referring to the heavenly underworld star. One of the 3 great empires under the immortal court was the heavenly underworld empire, and its imperial capital was the heavenly underworld star. The heavenly dust country was just a small country under the heavenly underworld empire. Many of the powerhouses present had never even been to the heavenly dust star, so when they heard about the imperial capital, they were scared out of their wits. Bai Hong and Bai Hao were completely speechless. They didn't even dare to say a word. The reason the Bai family was so well regarded on the heavenly river planet was because Bai Zhongjun had a good son who held an important position on the heavenly dust star. However, even he couldn't afford to offend a giant from the imperial capital. No one doubted the woman's words, because the level 8 gene cultivation fluid wasn't something a small country like the heavenly dust star could produce. It came from the imperial capital, and a certain amount was distributed every year. This woman casually offered 6 tubes. So if she wasn't from the imperial capital, could she be from the heavenly dust country? If that was the case, to be able to hold 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid meant that she was at least a princess of the heavenly dust country. She couldn't be offended either. Chapter 26:31. Translator, Nioi Bo, Studio Editor. Nioibo studio, the only hope before the auctioneer had even announced the results, many people had already started to leave, especially those in the private rooms above. If they left now, it would prove that they had nothing to do with the person who possessed such a large amount of star core origins. If they left after the transaction was completed, they would definitely attract some suspicious gazes. That would be unnecessary trouble. Of course, there were still many people who remained in the private rooms. For example, Yi Xian and the girl in the purple dress were definitely still in the private rooms because the two of them were currently in the middle of a transaction. The other party was rather generous. He directly placed the 6 tubes of pale gold level 8 genetic cultivation fluid into a space box and sent it to Yi Xian's private room through the auction center's directional transmission array. After checking and confirming that there were no mistakes, Yi Xian flipped his hand and sent it into the undying world. Then, he took out another space box. Inside it was a level 9, 9-colored star core origin. He placed the space box on the coffee table in front of him. Before Yi Xian pressed the green button to send it to the other party, his hand suddenly paused. Then, he said, "Can I request to speak to the other party?" This small request was quickly answered by the Skyriver Auction Center's artificial intelligence. The answer was naturally affirmative. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and pressed the green button. Soon, the small space box disappeared and should be in the other party's hands in the next instant. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the girl's voice suddenly rang out from the private room's sound transmission system. "Actually, Xing would like to have a small chat with you. It's mainly to express my gratitude. It's not just the cube of level 7 purple star core origin, but also the cube of level 6 blue star core origin from the purple lightning shuttle. These high-grade star core origins are indeed things that I urgently need. Originally, it would be very difficult to obtain them in such a short time here." The other party's words were meant to test him. On the other hand, there was no doubt that she was implying that if they weren't here, it wouldn't be very difficult for her to obtain these things. This was a type of pinching gesture. It was obvious that he could tell that Yi Xian had a request for her. Yi Xian sighed in his heart at Zi Ying's shrewdness. Since she was a straightforward person, there was no need for him to hide anything. He smiled faintly and replied, "It's just as I expected. Fellow Taoist Zi Ying is straightforward. I am Yi Xian, and I would like to thank fellow Taoists for the 6 vials of 8th grade cultivation fluid. These are also things that I urgently need. Did you ask to speak to me just to express your gratitude? First of all, I have enough high-quality star core sources. In fact, I don't need that level 9 colored star core at all. I plan to keep it for my collection. After all, this kind of thing is rare even in the imperial capital." Ziying's voice came from the sound transmission system again. "Considering that you've helped me a lot this time, if you have any other requests, I could do my best to help you. The Heavenly River planet isn't very peaceful after all." This was a very obvious hint. She was clearly telling Yi Xian that if he didn't have the confidence to escape, she could lend him a helping hand. After all, with her background, no one on the Heavenly River planet would dare to attack her. Of course, this woman's cultivation must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she dare to come to the remote graveyard star field alone from the imperial capital? Yi Xian naturally understood the meaning behind her words. However, he didn't intend to accept it. On one hand, Yi Xian didn't have the habit of accepting favors for nothing. On the other hand, he was confident that he could leave safely. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want to waste this opportunity and wanted to use it where it was more needed. Even though his attitude wasn't bad right now, it was obvious that he had a high and mighty attitude. If Yi Xian were to accept his protection, then if he were to ask about the level 9 gene cultivation fluid again, he would truly be shameless and have no self-awareness at all. Thinking of all this, Yi Xian immediately thanked him. Then, he changed the topic. "Fellow Taoist Ziying, I do have something to ask you. If you know about it, I hope you can help me. I will be very grateful. As far as I know, there's a level 9 gene cultivation fluid below the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. That's enough. You don't have to ask anymore." Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish, Ziying decisively interrupted him. "I think you're dreaming. There is indeed a level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but only a certain existence on the immortal star of the everlasting dynasty's imperial capital can produce it. There are only a dozen vials a year, and most of them are used up on the immortal star. Each year, the three great imperial capitals can only get one vial. Do you think I have something like that on me? When she said this, Ziying's tone was clearly different from before. There was a hint of embarrassment and anger in her voice, which puzzled Yi Xian very much. However, if he knew that Ziying was from the Xianyuan family, one of the three families in Tianming Nation's imperial capital, Tianming Planet, who were able to concoct the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, he would be able to understand the situation. This girl was clearly indignant about the existence on the undying planet that could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't accept it even if she didn't want to. That was why she was so embarrassed and angry when the level 9 item was mentioned. All right, let's end the conversation here. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid is definitely not something you could dream of, so I advise you to give up on it. Not to mention that it rarely flows out of the immortal star. Even if it was right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to exchange for it. Can you take out at least 10 level 9 gene cultivation fluids with 9 colors? Just as Yi Xian was pondering why the other party was suddenly displeased, the voice of the mysterious woman named Ziying sounded out once again. This time, it was slightly more relaxed. It was obvious that she knew that she had vented her anger on Yi Xian earlier. Of course, it's not completely impossible. Don't even think about the 3 tubes that the 3 great imperial capitals give you every year. However, the immortal star keeps the other 11 tubes. Every year, 1 tube will be handed over to the Wan Luo Federation for experts with large amounts of Federation contribution points to exchange for it. This is the only way to obtain it. However, it's also out of reach for you because if you want to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, you need 10 million Federation contribution points. Go to the Heaven, Earth, and Man rankings and you'll know how terrifying 10 million points are. At this point, she suddenly sighed and continued, "However, I advise you to think about the current crisis. To be honest, I have a good impression of you, but I have my principles. I gave you a chance just now, but you rejected it. Therefore, this time, I can only wish you a safe journey. I hope that we'll meet again in the future. Take care." Chapter 2632. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. The way to obtain contribution points. Yi Xian naturally knew about the Federation contribution points. In the myriad Luo Federation, the first thing that came to mind when the Federation contribution points were mentioned was the Federation rankings. The so-called contribution points were actually Federation contribution points. The Federation rankings had a total of 3 rankings: the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to the 100th place with the highest contribution points. The Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. The Human ranking was based on the 1001st to the 1000th place. These 10,000 places had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Human ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. The last few people on the Human ranking all had more than 100,000 contribution points and a cultivation base above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation bases were all question marks. When Yi Xian had first arrived on the Sky River planet, he had checked the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking of the Federation. He had sighed inwardly and set this as a goal. He had never expected that the level 9 genetic cultivation fluid he needed the most would be related to the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking. The last few people on the Human ranking list had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points, while the first half of the Human ranking list had more than 10 million contribution points. In the Federation Exchange Hall, exchanging for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid required 10 million Federation contribution points. This meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use his Federation contribution points to exchange for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid at the Federation Exchange Hall on the administrative planet, he would have to make it to the top half of the Human ranking. The Human ranking was from the 1001st to the 1000th place. The top half of the Human ranking, which had 10 million contribution points, referred to the top half of the human ranking. The entire Myriad Luo Federation was huge, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to make it to the top 5,000. There were two ways to obtain the Federation contribution points. One was to kill the Myriad Luo Federation's enemy, the Heavenly Fate race, or the experts of some of the Heavenly Fate race's slave races. The second way was to obtain some special items or resources and hand them over to the Myriad Luo Federation. Of course, these items had to be of great help to the Federation in its fight against the Heavenly Fate race and its slave races. The Myriad Luo Federation would appraise these items and give the Federation contribution points. It seems I have to leave the Skyriver planet and enter the Graveyard Domain. Yixian shook his head and sighed. He knew that, due to the uniqueness of the Graveyard Star region, not only did it attract the experts of the various races of the Myriad Luo Federation, but even the experts of the Heavenly Fate clan and the many slave races of the Heavenly Fate clan from the first universe had come. There were wormholes in the depths of the domain of the buried falling that connected the three universes. Most of the powerful experts from other universes were active in the depths of the domain of the buried fall, where they would have a chance to run into powerful experts from the Heavenly Legacy race's slave races. And by killing them, one could obtain federal contribution points. Of course, Yixian still had a long way to go. What he needed to do now was to leave the Skyriver planet safely. There had to be a trap waiting for him outside. Although his personal battleship had successfully completed its third fusion and was extremely fast, his personal strength could still be improved. The fifth level of the core realm was still in the middle stage. The sixth level of the core realm was also in the middle stage, but it was close to the late stage. In terms of controlling a battleship, it was definitely different from the fifth level. However, if he continued to make breakthroughs, his realm would become unstable. Therefore, Yixian decided to break through to the sixth level of the core realm first before leaving. Although it was only a small increase in rank, his chances of escaping had increased by quite a bit. Although the auction had ended, the experts who had entered the private rooms could still stay in the auction until the next auction started. This was also because of the special nature of the auction. Many experts would be in danger if they left the private rooms after bidding for some extremely sensitive treasures. Therefore, they would need some time to prepare in the private rooms. From this point of view, the Skyriver Auction Center was very humane. Yixian immediately put aside his other thoughts and took out a large amount of level 5 red stellar core origin from his undying world. At the same time, he ordered the devouring system to start absorbing its energy. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed unknowingly. When the system beeped in his mind again, Yixian finally opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The host is now in the 6th level of the core realm. The 6th level. Yixian was excited. He clenched his fists and felt the surging energy in his body. His confidence instantly increased. Calculating the time, it seemed that the next auction would start the next day. In other words, even if Yixian was unwilling to leave, he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately got up and raised his hand to form a divine sense imprint. The door to the private room opened, and Yixian stepped out. For the past 2 days, the surroundings of the huge castle-like building where the Skyriver Auction Center was located were normal. However, under this normal appearance, there was an undercurrent surging. Under some intentional investigations, Yixian's identity had been exposed. Some people even knew his identity as a member of the Federation. After finding out that the person who had a large amount of stellar core origin was actually a citizen of the Federation called Yixian and wasn't strong at all, many people started thinking of robbing him. This included the old man with the Black Hole Realm cultivation base. He had also investigated the identity of the purplish warbler, but he couldn't find anything. However, he was sure that the other party was from the Tianming planet, where the Tianming imperial capital was located. As a result, no one dared to touch the purplish warbler. Those who could come here from the imperial capital were not ordinary people. Even if their cultivation base was not strong, they definitely had a strong background. No one could afford to offend them. Furthermore, the purplish warbler's cultivation base had already reached the Black Hole Realm level 2. She was also an extremely strong existence. It was even more impossible for anyone to have any thoughts about her. In the past 2 days, those who wanted to make a move on Xian had all stayed around the Sky River Auction Center and closely watched his movements. At this moment, when Xian walked out of the Sky River Auction Center and appeared in front of everyone, these people were all excited. Some people even had little stars in their eyes. In their opinion, Xian was a moving treasure trove with a large amount of stellar core origin. Chapter 2633. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The two black-hearted tycoons. Xian was not a hothead. In fact, he had experienced more life and death situations than most of the powerhouses in the Wanluo Federation ever since he started out as an ordinary person. As soon as he walked out of the Tiana Auction Center, he sensed something. It was an unseen feeling, and he knew that he was being watched by many people. These people had concealed their auras and did not even look in Xian's direction. However, Xian could sense them, but he did not care. The corners of Xian's mouth curled into a rather playful smile. He leaped up and rushed toward the sky screen passage he had come from. Not long after he left, many figures chased after him at a leisurely pace from all directions. Xian did not care about these people at all. He knew that he would not have any interaction with them, so they would not have any chance to do anything to him. Although he did not know about Zhao Long's arrangements, he was certain that Bai Zhengxing would not let him go. That level 9, 9-colored star core origin was very useful to Bai Zhengjun, but there was nothing he could do about it now that it had fallen into the hands of the girl called Xing. Since that was the case, he could only look for a breakthrough from Xian. Of course, even Bai Zhengjun would not dare to make a move on Tiana Planet. He was only a planet manager, and he was temporarily in charge of the Tiana Planet space-time superbrain. It did not belong to him, so the superbrain could refuse certain orders from him. For example, the star defense array of an administrative planet was an independent system. It was also controlled by the space-time superbrain of the administrative planet. However, even a planet manager would not be able to interfere with this part of the array. This was why Zhao Long's method of making money could only be done on Tiana Planet. He could only wait until he was outside of Tiana Planet before he made his move. It was not just to avoid arousing suspicion. It was really impossible to make a move on Tiana Planet. Of course, this didn't mean that Xian could always stay in the Heavenly River Planet to seek refuge. If he needed resources, he had to leave. Moreover, if he stayed in the administrative planet as the planet's leader, Bai Zhengjun, he would be able to find an opportunity to make a move on him. In fact, even Bai Zhengjun had not expected that Xian would leave so soon. When he received news that Xian had left the Tianhao Auction Center and rushed to the entrance of the Star Defense Array, he was overjoyed. So he immediately sent a signal to the forces that had been deployed outside of Tiana Planet. Xian had, the planet, a dignified leader of a planet actually plotted against an ordinary federal citizen. One had to admit that Bai Zhengjun's heart was truly black. He had also received the news that Xian was preparing to leave Tiana Planet. Originally, he had asked Zhou Hong to handle this matter. However, this was a matter of great importance. Xian might still have a large amount of high-grade star core origin on him. Furthermore, Bai Zhengjun might also make a move on him. Zhao Long had no choice but to take action himself just in case. He was a black hole realm powerhouse, but he was only a rank 1 powerhouse. In this regard, even Bai Zhengjun was inferior to him. There was only one black hole realm powerhouse on Tiana Planet, Zhao Long. Even the old man who had appeared at the Tiana Auction Center was an outsider powerhouse. After leaving the entrance of Tianhe Planet's Star Defense Array, Xian did not immediately take out the hidden purple shuttle and flee. He knew that there must be some kind of trap outside. However, he had no idea what it was or where it was. It would not be wise to leave at full speed now. At the very least, he should wait until all the other parties' arrangements were revealed before he made a targeted decision. That way, his chances of escaping would be higher. Therefore, after leaving Tiana Planet, Xian merely relied on his physical body to travel through the void of the Star River and gradually skimmed off into the distance. If that was the case, then with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Star Core realm, his speed definitely wouldn't be fast. After a full 4 hours, Yi Xian still hadn't gone far from the Heavenly River planet. As long as he turned around, the enormous Heavenly River planet was still within his field of vision. This situation had long caused the nearly 100 experts behind him to curse in their hearts. This little brat did not know what was good for him. He was clearly a hothead. He was already being watched by hundreds of people, yet he was still traveling through the void unhurriedly with his physical body. Then again, even if he took out his personal battleship, it was obvious that he would not be able to escape. However, traveling at such a leisurely pace was really irresistible. Yi Xian did not pay any attention to the group of people behind him. Another 2 hours passed. Just as Yi Xian was starting to feel a little impatient, 4 battleships finally appeared in the starry sky ahead. These 4 battleships were all planet-grade, but they were not the standard battleships of the Federation military. Furthermore, these 4 battleships were clearly engraved with a concealment array formation. No one had discovered their existence until Yi Xian had swept over them. Perhaps they had been waiting outside Tiana Planet's star defense array from the very beginning. However, they had always maintained a concealed state and quietly followed Yi Xian. They only revealed themselves when they felt that they were far enough away from Tiana Planet. This was the prelude to making a move. Not only did Yi Xian's eyelids twitch with the appearance of the 4 planetary-level concealment battleships, but even the 100 or so experts behind him who had hidden themselves also collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them did not hesitate at all. They turned around and left, directly giving up. Only the old man, with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm Level 2, decided to stay after a short moment of hesitation. Obviously, he was not willing to give up just like that. These 4 battleships were all by Zhengjuan's private battleships. There had always been a rumor in the Tiana Planet that there were 4 such concealed battleships active in the surrounding areas. It was rumored that they were related to Bai Zhengjun. Therefore, as soon as these 4 battleships appeared, the powerhouses tailing Yi Xian understood that since Bai Zhengjun was taking action, there was basically nothing for them to do. Rather than stay and be silenced, they might as well turn around and go back to sleep. Although they were also planet-grade battleships, the value of these 4 battleships was obviously much higher than the planet-grade battleships of the Federation military. The value of the concealment formation alone made them much more valuable than the standard battleships of the military. Although they were all concealment formations, the effect of the concealment formation engraved on a small private battleship was obviously different from that of a planet-grade battleship. The value of these 4 battleships was astonishing. It must have cost Bai Zhengjun a lot of money to equip them. However, at the same time, with these 4 concealed battleships roaming around Tiana Planet, they had obviously helped Bai Zhengjun reap a lot of wealth. Judging from this point of view, none of the Tiana Planet's planet manager and military commander were good people. All of them were doing this kind of shady business. At this moment, as soon as the 4 battleships appeared, they were already in formation, blocking Yi Xian's path. Behind them, the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm also appeared. Chapter 2634. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A loach in the starry sky. Brad, I advise you to come to me obediently. At least you can still keep your life. After his figure appeared, the black-robed Black Hole Realm old man immediately sneered and sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian. I presume you've also heard of the rumors about Heavenly River Star. Those 4 hidden battleships belong to Bai Zhengjun, and if you fall into their hands, you'll definitely be silenced. But this old man is different. I, He Luoying, am a rogue cultivator and am alone. Things like reputation don't matter to me. As long as you give me enough benefits, I can spare your life. Almost at the same time, 2 figures appeared on the 4 planetary battleships opposite him. They were Bai Hong and Bai Hong, but their faces were obviously covered. At this moment, Bai Hong, whose voice had changed, raised his head and laughed as soon as he appeared. Yi Xian, you'd better come to us quickly. Do you know who the old man behind us is? The famous space pirate He Luoying. This old man is famous for his ruthlessness. All the experts who fell into his hands were robbed and then silenced. It is for this reason that, although it is rumored that he is a space pirate, no one is alive, so he's been able to get away with it. Even when he came to the Heavenly River planet, the authorities couldn't do anything to him. Although we are also space pirates, at least we have never shown our true faces in front of anyone. So, as long as we can get enough benefits from you, what's the point of letting you go? This won't affect our defense at all. So, the road to survival is here. You'd better not make a mistake. This is about your life. Yixian currently knew that there were 8 Starry Sky realm experts, which were star core, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. The space pirate, He Luoying, behind them was a black hole realm powerhouse. But Bai Hong and Bai Hao were only at the planet realm. There was a difference of 4 realms between them, but they were fearless. It was obvious that they were relying on the power of the 4 concealed battleships. Yixian was already cursing in his heart. None of these fellows were good people. It was a pity that his current cultivation was too low. He had actually fallen to the point where he was being threatened by these 2 fellows at the same time. A huge sense of anger rose in Yixian's chest. After entering the Starry Sky, this was the first time he was angry at his low cultivation. It was also at this moment that he came to an incredibly clear realization. The world set against the backdrop of the Starry Sky was no different from what he had experienced before. The Myriad Net Federation might appear to be rather orderly on the surface, as if all the races were tightly knit together to resist the Heaven's Legacy race. But in fact, this was all a facade. The entire Starry Sky world was not just a battle between the Myriad Net Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in any small camp, the law of the jungle was the same. At this moment, Yixian felt that his state of mind had improved to a certain extent. The endless anger rising in his chest seemed to have turned into a heart full of pride. When it came to fighting for supremacy, when had Yixian ever been afraid of anyone? With this thought in mind, Yixian was no longer angry. He raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! A bunch of flies and dogs. Do you think you are qualified to kneel in front of me?" After cursing, Yixian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Taking advantage of the fact that old monster He Luoying and the experts on the 4 hidden battleships were still in a daze, he directly took out the purple hidden shuttle and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he transformed into a purple ray of light that shot towards the void to the right and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Its speed surpassed the standard battleships of the Federation military. All of this happened too quickly, and before anyone could react, the purple light had already disappeared. He Luoying opened his mouth wide. *T. What kind of battleship is that? It's like a loach in space. It's too fast and it's small. This is definitely a godly item for escaping. On the other side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao's faces were extremely gloomy. Bai Zhengjuan's 4 concealed battleships were indeed faster than the standard battleships of the Federation military, but they definitely could not compare to a Star State battleship that was 3,000 meters long. That small battleship that turned into a purple light was faster than an ordinary Star State battleship. How are they going to catch up? I was careless. I'm afraid I won't be able to report back now. Besides, this kid is too strong. Where did he get such a super extreme, small private battleship? Unwilling to give up, the 4 warships under the 2 of them gradually disappeared. Obviously, they were leaving quickly. They couldn't see the light in the first place. Now that they had appeared in this void, they had to leave immediately. As for the space pirate, old monster He Luoying, he unwillingly stared in the direction that Yixian left in and coldly snorted. Then, his figure quickly disappeared and he left as well. The void became empty again. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that 2 figures slowly appeared in a corner in the distance. It was Purplish Warbler and her personal maid, Lila. At this moment, the 2 women had strange expressions on their faces. Their bodies flashed, and they chased after Yixian. I didn't expect that we were all wrong. That kid actually has such a stunning small private battleship. Just looking at its speed, it's even faster than your Xianyuan boat. But why do I feel that his battleship is somewhat familiar, and its appearance is so unfamiliar? Could it be that just because of its purple body, it gave me the illusion that I'm looking at the purple lightning shuttle? That doesn't make sense. By the way, miss, where are we going now? Don't tell me we're going to chase that kid? Now that we have the Star Core origin, we should... Shut up. Do you think we're the only ones here? After Purplish Warbler's last words, her maid, Law, stopped talking. The two figures quickly disappeared into the distance. At this time, Xiaolong's figure appeared in a remote corner in the distance. His eyes were shining brightly as he watched Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler leave. He muttered to himself, "What a powerful girl." As expected of a rank 2 black hole realm expert, as expected of the Xianyuan family of the imperial capital, as expected of a genius ranked in the top 5,000 on the Federation's contribution list. And that kid, although his cultivation level is too low, his temperament is indeed impressive. What's even more rare is his luck. TSK, TSK, TSK. A mere Star Core Realm cultivator can sit on such a huge amount of Star Core origin, and that super quality battleship. Fortunately, I didn't show up this time. I don't believe that he won't come to Skyriver Planet again in the future. When that time comes, he... Chapter 2635. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, that was the Purple Lightning Shuttle. The Xianyuan boat was actually a small private warship, but it was rather special. From the word Xian, in front of the name of the warship, it could be deduced that this warship was a unique warship of the Xianyuan family. The Immortal Dynasty was the technological faction of the Third Universe's human race. Although they also had cultivation techniques, in general, they still used gene cultivation fluids to break through realms. The gene cultivation fluid didn't need to be like the energy from a planet's core source. It needed to be continuously absorbed and accumulated. After breaking through, the powerhouses of the technological faction no longer needed the same level of gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the exact amount of gene cultivation fluid required to break through depended on the person's talent. Level 1 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the first of the 8 realms in Yi Xian, the core realm. Level 2 corresponded to the meteor. Level 3 corresponded to the satellite. Level 4 corresponded to the planet, and so on and so forth. Level 8 corresponded to the black hole realm. As for level 9, it corresponded to the stronger realms after the black hole realm. If the citizens of the technological faction wanted to become cultivators, they had to inject the level 1 gene cultivation fluid. If they succeeded, they would reach the level 1 core realm. Of course, if they wanted to succeed, some people could break through with just 1 tube, while others couldn't break through with 10 or 100 tubes of level 1 gene cultivation fluid and become a level 1 core realm powerhouse. After successfully breaking through, they didn't need the level 1 gene cultivation fluid anymore. They could use other methods to increase their realms, such as absorbing the energy from the core source. Only when the level 9 core realm needed to break through to the next major realm, the meteor realm, would they need to use the level 2 gene cultivation fluid again. Then when they reached the level 9 meteor realm, they would need to use the level 3 gene cultivation fluid again. In other words, in the technological faction, gene cultivation fluid was used to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, just like how it was used to increase one's life level. Small realms within the same major realm didn't need it. Even if they injected it multiple times, it wouldn't have any effect. Because of this, the families that could concoct gene cultivation fluid were the true tycoons of the technological faction. Ordinary level 1 to level 3 gene cultivation fluid could be concocted by some pharmacists, so it wasn't precious. Level 4 and above wasn't something ordinary people could concoct. As for level 8 gene cultivation fluid, in the Sky Underworld Empire, only the 3 major families of the Sky Star could concoct it. The Xianyuan house was one of them. From this, it could be seen how it wasn't difficult for such a huge family to be able to gather some craftsmen from the cultivation faction and warship manufacturing base to create a warship for the younger generations. It wouldn't be difficult for such a big family. Translation. The Xianyuan Zhou represented the Xianyuan family in the imperial capital. This was a form of protection as well. After all, the greater the size of a clan, the more the disciples of the clan would be sent out to gain experience and tempering. when they encountered danger. The formidable Xianyuan boat was not only a method to protect their lives, it was also a form of deterrence and warning to their enemies. At this moment, Xianyuan Xing and Lu Luo raised the Xianyuan boat that represented the Xianyuan family in the capital and quickly chased after Yixian. However, although the speed of the Xianyuan boat was astonishing and wasn't any weaker than an ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warship, it was still a grade lower than Yixian's purple hidden shuttle. Even the purplish warbler, who was from the Xianyuan family and had a black hole realm cultivation base, could only match the speed of a star-level warship. It was obvious how rare Yixian's hidden purple shuttle was. Of course, what was even rarer was the fusion system. Miss, we have already gathered the star core origin that Master Su requested. Aren't you going to look for him to refine the ex-Xianyuan house? He is a famous master refiner in the cultivation camp. It's rare to meet him, and he even agreed to our request. If we don't go now, what if he leaves? Glancing at the purplish warbler, Luo asked in confusion. Look at the direction we're heading. We're obviously going to chase after Yixian. That kid has a good warship. Even your ex-Xianyuan house can't compare to it. But as long as Master Su helps us refine it again and improves its performance, it will definitely be better than his. That's the safest choice. It's better than robbing him or asking for a trade, right? We might not be able to catch up to him. Even if we do, he might not agree to let us have it. So, didn't you say that although his purple warship had a different appearance, it gave you the illusion that you were looking at the purple lightning shuttle? Before Luo could finish, the purplish warbler interrupted her. She had grown up with Luo. Although they were maids, they were actually sisters. Therefore, she was very clear about this girl's personality. If she didn't understand some things clearly, she would probably continue to nag endlessly in the days to come. The purplish warbler had no choice. In order to have some peace and quiet, she could only say, I can tell you with absolute certainty that that warship is the purple lightning shuttle. To be more precise, the purple lightning shuttle has only fused with that warship. What? Miss this? How is this possible? Luo was stunned. She sucked in a breath of cold air and covered her delicate cherry lips with her small hand. How many years did I use that purple lightning shuttle before I left the imperial capital and received this Xianyuan boat from the patriarch? Only after I obtained the Xianyuan boat did I erase the divine sense imprint I left on it. Tell me, how could I be wrong? The purplish warbler turned her head and glanced at Luo. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and faintly sighed. This time, I really made a mistake. I didn't expect this person to be an artifact refining Grandmaster who is much more formidable than Grandmaster Su. How long has it been since he obtained the purple lightning shuttle? If I'm not wrong, this person should have successfully refined his original battleship during the few days of the auction. Moreover, during this process, he fused the purple lightning shuttle into it. You should know that the purple lightning shuttle is a top-quality, small private warship with a speed formation inscribed on it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have kept it for so many years. Similarly, it is also because of this that I can explain why the warship he possesses now possesses such terrifying speed. A personal warship used by a Grandmaster weapon refiner would never be ordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he obtained the speed formation of the purple lightning shuttle. This person was able to refine a warship while auctioning items in just a few days. This is simply shocking. Even Grandmaster Su has to go into seclusion to refine weapons. He can't be disturbed by any external force. Under such circumstances, do you think we should look for Master Su or him? Chapter 2636. Everything starts from scratch. At this moment, Yixian was driving the purple concealed shuttle towards the depths of the domain of the buried fall at full speed. However, he was not in a good mood. He felt like he had fallen into a vicious circle. This time, the purple hidden shuttle that had just completed the third fusion seemed to be exposed again. The shape of the shuttle was seen by many people, but there was no other way. He couldn't activate the concealment array of the purple hidden shuttle before taking it out. He had to enter the battleship before he could do so. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Heavenly River Star, he He would either not take out the hidden purple shuttle, or he would have to undergo the fourth fusion. Of course, with the current speed of the hidden purple shuttle, it didn't matter even if they were exposed. Under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't fall into a trap, they could basically escape. But the problem was, if Yi Xian had concealed his appearance and returned to Skyriver Planet, he must have come back with a purpose. How could he simply escape? Of course, then again, being forced to fuse the battleship again and again was not a bad thing. At least, without this pressure, he probably wouldn't have the purple hidden shuttle now. However, there was still a problem with the fourth fusion. The battleship he chose for the fourth fusion was the moving star that he had obtained from the auction. This battleship was engraved with a teleportation array, but unfortunately, it was damaged. If the array formation had not been damaged, Yi Xian would have immediately looked for a place to start fusing with it. At that time, his personal battleship would possess a concealment array formation, a speed array formation, and a teleportation array formation at the same time. If he were to fuse two battleships with a defensive array formation and an offensive array formation, TSK, at that time, it would simply be a top-grade battleship amongst the top-grade battleships, and there probably wouldn't be a second one in the entire Heavenly Dust Kingdom. But now is obviously not the time. He had to repair the teleportation array on the moving star first. Besides, the purple invisible shuttle was still in use. Yi Xian was driving it to the depths of the burial grounds, so there was no time to fuse the warship for the fourth time. Since that was the case, he might as well fuse with other treasures. The journey through the starry skies was boring to begin with. As Yi Xian put his meteor sword, the last two pieces of starry sky grade meteorite iron marrow essence, the meteorite essence starlight armor, and the glazed jade phoenix armor into the system, the notification of the devouring system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered meteorite sword, starry sky grade meteorite iron marrow essence. Do you want to fuse? Ding! Discovered fusion treasures, fallen essence starlight armor, and glazed jade phoenix armor. Do you want to fuse? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. At the same time, he threw out a large amount of star core origin as the energy for the two simultaneous fusions. Soon, the fusion began, and the reading progress was slow. Although these two treasures were only fused for the second time, because they were fused at the same time, their progress was much slower than when they were fusing the battleship for the third time. It would probably take a few days for them to finish. Fortunately, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have anything else to do right now. He was only rushing to the depths of the Graveyard Star region. Of course, the burial grounds was vast and boundless. Even with the terrifying speed of the purple invisible shuttle, he would not be able to reach the end in a few years. However, Yi Xian did not have a destination in mind. He just wanted to get as close as possible to the depths of the burial grounds. The closer he got, the higher the chances of encountering the experts of the Heavenly Fate race and the slave races affiliated with them. This time, he came out to earn contribution points from the Alliance. Speaking of contribution points, one had to talk about the fragment of the Immortal Grade Superbrain. This time, Yi Xian had obtained various treasures from the Skyriver Star. Currently, there were only 4 that had not been dealt with: the fragment of the Superbrain, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, the moving star, and the fragment of the Dongshu scripture. The others, such as the purple lightning shuttle and the meteoric iron essence, had been used up. There was nothing that could be done about the moving star. He would have to find another opportunity to repair the Dongshu scripture in the future. As for the fragment of the Dongshu scripture, Yi Xian had not had time to study it yet. As for the fragment of the Immortal Grade Superbrain, Yi Xian had already soaked it in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. He had used all 6 vials at once. This fragment of the Immortal Grade Superbrain was only the size of a ping-pong ball. It was thin and looked like a slice of a walnut. Moreover, it was dried up. Its material was similar to that of a plant. If it was thrown into a plate of dried walnuts, no one would be able to recognize it. Now, it was placed in a sealed container by Yi Xian. The 6 vials of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only worth a little more than 100 liters. They were light gold, and the fragment was soaking in them. However, there was no reaction at all. Of course, it was definitely absorbing the energy of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, this process was way too slow. Yixian had a feeling that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid might not be enough. After all, the immortal grade superbrain fragment on the immortal grade superbrain on the immortal grade dynasty's immortal planet usually consumed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Yixian was only doing his best by soaking the fragment in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, he had actually made 2 backup plans. That was to earn a large amount of Federation contribution points. Once he had accumulated 10 million contribution points, he would exchange them for a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Once level 9 was obtained, this fragment would definitely be able to recover its vitality. At that time, once the independent communication system of the devouring system was activated, even if Yixian didn't go through the superbrain on the administrative planets, he would still be able to actively connect to the capital network of the next level or even the capital's starry sky network under the prerequisite of paying a certain price. This way, the chances of finding the devouring system's origin would increase exponentially. Right now, his Federation contribution points were still 0. Everything could be said to be starting from scratch. With Yixian's current cultivation realm, killing a true member of the Tianji tribe was basically a no-brainer. His target was the powerhouses of the Tianji tribe's slave races. He would start from the weakest to the strongest. While trying to get in touch with these existences that the myriad Luo Federation had designated as enemies, he would grow rapidly. He believed that as time passed and his cultivation realm continued to increase, the day would definitely come when he would possess the ability to kill a true Tianji tribe powerhouse. With such beautiful expectations in mind, Yixian composed himself. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world. Right now, he was already at the 6th level of the star core realm, but before he escaped from Heavenly River Planet, Yixian had a feeling in his heart. He felt that his heart had made a small breakthrough at that time, so he could continue to increase his strength. In the short term, he didn't have to worry about his realm being unstable. Chapter 2637. Times have changed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the purple hidden shuttle had been traveling toward the depths of the Graveyard Star region at an extremely fast speed. On this day, Yixian, who had been cultivating all this time, finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a system notification rang out in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. Realm upgrade. Current realm. Level 7 star core grade. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. It hadn't been easy to make a small breakthrough. For every major realm, level 1 to level 3 were the early stages, level 4 to level 6 were the middle stages, and level 7 to level 9 were the late stages. Previously, Yixian hadn't even spent 2 months cultivating from the 1st level to the 6th level of the Star Core realm. On one hand, this was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to increase one's cultivation level. It required a large amount of Star Core origin energy. On the other hand, level 6 was the middle stage of the Star Core grade, while level 7 was the late stage. Therefore, advancing from level 6 to level 7 was extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Yixian still managed to cross it in the end. Moreover, it was precisely because of this difficulty that once he crossed it, his personal strength would change so much that it was like a heavenly abyss. After all, the difference between the middle stage and the late stage was that one had almost reached the pinnacle of the major realm and was about to advance to the next major realm. If that was the case, how could one's strength be the same as that of the middle stage? In short, Yixian's personal strength was no longer what it used to be after he had advanced to the late stage of the Star Core grade. Ever since he had entered the Starry Sky level, his personal strength had always been his shortcoming. After all, he had only just started. On the other hand, other than his personal strength, he was far ahead of the rest. He had even surpassed many other Starry Sky level powerhouses. This was all thanks to the devouring system. Of course, this kind of auxiliary power outside of one's cultivation realm was actually also an aspect of one's strength. Taking everything into consideration, Xian wasn't considered too weak now. At the very least, if a black hole realm powerhouse wasn't fully prepared, such as setting up traps or killing formations, they wouldn't be able to hold him back under normal circumstances. For the past 2 months, Xian had been immersed in training, trying to break through the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th star core realms. He didn't even have the time to check on the fusion system. According to his calculations, the second fusion of his defensive and offensive treasures should have been completed a long time ago. Now that Xian had finally broken through to the 7th level of the core state, his aura had changed greatly. His state of mind had also completely relaxed. Therefore, the first thing he did was to check on the fusion system's second fusion of the 2 treasures. As soon as his thoughts touched the devouring system in his body, the long-awaited notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained Meteorite Essence Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful merger. You have obtained Glazed Starlight Armor. After the second successful fusion, his Meteorite Sword had turned into the current Meteorite Essence Sword. Its exterior was pitch black, but it was clumsy and lacked a sharp edge. It gave off a simple and heavy feeling, which Xian liked very much. As for the original Meteorite Essence Sword Light Armor, it had turned into the current Glazed Starlight Armor. Its previous bold and powerful appearance had become much more graceful, perhaps due to the fusion of the Glazed Phoenix Armor. It no longer had the same bold and powerful aura. Instead, it seemed to have become lighter and more gentle. Furthermore, the tens of thousands of starlights that bloomed and disappeared on the armor had also turned into a beautiful glazed color. At a glance, this armor already had a neutral and soft feel to it. Previously, it was obvious that this was an armor used by a male powerhouse who walked the path of strength. But now, it was more like a woman's heroic outer armor. This caused Xian to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about it, this kind of defensive outer armor wasn't always on his body. Normally, it was hidden within his body and would only be activated during battle. Only when it was added to his body did he feel slightly better. However, although its outer appearance was a little feminine, its defensive ability had obviously increased by a large margin. After all, it had fused with a top-grade glazed Jade Phoenix armor, and it had also undergone a second successful fusion by the system. It would be strange if its attributes did not increase. It wasn't just this glazed starlight armor. Even Xian's offensive weapon, the current Star Essence Sword, was the same. It was even more powerful. With these 2 treasures, one for offense and one for defense, coupled with Xian's breakthrough in realm strength, and the purple hidden shuttle, which had already completed its 3rd fusion and become a super-grade small-sized private battleship, the current Xian could only be described as a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes compared to when he had first entered the Tianao Auction Center. After all, it had been less than 3 months since Xian had entered the Starry Sky world, but his cultivation realm had already entered the 7th stage of the late stage of the 1st major realm. This speed was absolutely shocking in the human race of the 3rd universe. However, now that he had suddenly entered the late stage of the core state, Xian realized that he could not continue to make breakthroughs. The insights he had gained from his previous state of mind had been mostly filled by this breakthrough in strength. If he continued to make breakthroughs, he would face the awkward problem of his realm being unstable again. When he realized this, Xian smiled bitterly. Could this have something to do with his cultivation technique? With a thought, Xian took out a space box from the undying world in his body. Inside, it was the incomplete Dongshu technique that had been appraised by the Devouring system as a Starry Sky Great Supreme Treasure. This cultivation method came from the 3rd universe's human race's cultivation camp. It was a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure level cultivation method. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. It only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms. After reaching the Black Hole realm, there was no more information for the rest. However, for the current Xian, this was more than enough. The 8 major realms would allow him to last for a long time. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation technique was the Nine-Heaven Star technique. Perhaps the name of the technique sounded grand enough, but in reality, this cultivation technique was only the most ordinary, most common, and could be said to be the most popular basic cultivation technique in the human race of the third universe. It could be said that there was nothing outstanding about it. Although Yi Xian's current cultivation speed was quite fast and could even be said to be amazing, this was entirely because he did not lack the core source. At the same time, he had the devouring system and the Star Devourer beast bloodline, which allowed him to absorb the core source energy at an extremely fast speed. It had nothing to do with the Nine Heavens astral art at all. Chapter 2638. Exposing the truth. Yi Xian would be extremely hesitant if his cultivation base was already high enough and he suddenly had to change to a new cultivation method. After all, cultivation base was one's foundation. Dispersing one's cultivation and recultivating often meant that he was putting himself in a dangerous situation. But now that the environment was safe and his cultivation was not high, Yi Xian did not hesitate for too long and made the final decision. The insightful void fragment was not a book, nor was it a sheepskin scroll. Instead, it was a broken tortoise shell. It looked very simple, and there were many scratches on it. It did not look like an object that carried the inheritance of a cultivation method. However, when Yi Xian sent his divine sense into it, he immediately received the inheritance information of this Dongshu cultivation method. First, there was a picture of an ancient giant turtle that was even larger than the stars. It was roaming in the galaxy with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from its mouth, like a small meteor, and rushed into the endless horizon. At first, it was a small star core. Then it grew into a meteor. Slowly, it grew into a satellite, a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then it suddenly exploded and condensed into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This whole process was the first 8 realms of the starry sky level cultivation. There was no more after that. Because the tortoise shell was only damaged, the inheritance was broken. By the time Yi Xian retracted his consciousness, 8 sections of obscure cultivation mantras had appeared in his mind. Among them, the mantra for the first major stage, the Star Core stage, was particularly clear. He only had to ponder for a moment before he understood it. What shocked him the most was that the cultivation method of the insightful void technique was actually condensed and born from the roar of a huge, starry sky, giant tortoise. Then, how powerful was that terrifying starry sky, giant tortoise? Was this whole emptiness created by it and passed down its legacy? If so, where was that giant tortoise now? Yi Xian sank into these divergent thoughts for a while. After a long time, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be thinking too much. No matter the origin of that giant tortoise or where it was, it seemed that it had nothing to do with him now. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind and sank his consciousness into the Star Core chapter of the insightful void technique. He focused his mind and started cultivating from the first level of the Star Core stage, at the same time in the Star Leader by Zhengjuan's luxurious star editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Tales by Xian by Xian by Calm. Patriarch, I feel that this brat looks a little familiar. Calm. That's right, I find this suspicious too. On the side, Bai Hong continued, the guy who killed young Master Bai stole a young Star Devourer beast. It is said that this kind of Star Devourer beast is very sensitive to the aura of a Star Core origin. They don't even need to dig up a star to be able to smell if there is a Star Core origin that hasn't been exhausted yet. This guy is only a Cosmic Core grade cultivator, but he has such a huge amount of Cosmic Core origin. This doesn't make sense. Therefore, we have very good reason to believe that this Yi Xian is most likely the culprit behind young Master Bai's death. He obtained the Star Core origin thanks to that space-devouring beast's latent ability. Planet Manager, we can amend our arrest warrant. Before this, we didn't have any specific information. Now, we can make Yi Xian's personal information public. This way, he won't be able to enter any of the administrative planets. Once he enters another administrative planet, he will immediately be trapped and killed by the star defense array. What? There's such a thing? Bai Zhengjun, who had just calmed down, suddenly became furious again. After thinking about it carefully, there were indeed many suspicious points. If he was not mistaken, this Yixian was really the culprit behind Bai Shirley's death. You damned little bastard. If I, Bai Zhengjun, don't skin you alive, then I'm not a man. Bai Zhengjun roared through gritted teeth. He calmed down, sat back on the sofa, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke again. 2 things. First, issue an arrest warrant in the name of the Sky River planet. Make public Yi Xian's personal information. Do your best to arrest him. Second, the experts sent by the capital to deal with the black hole incident should be arriving soon. Right? You go outside and wait. As soon as they arrive, immediately invite them in my name. Say that there is an important situation to report. Humph, this time, the Zhao family will definitely not let go of this opportunity. They want to bring down my Bai family, but the sudden appearance of this guy, surnamed Yi, has given me a chance to turn defeat into victory. Go to your job. On the side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao looked at each other, feeling a little confused. They quickly retreated, not daring to say anything more. 2 days later, a huge fleet arrived at the Sky River planet. This fleet came from the capital of the Tianqian Empire, the Tianqian Star. The reason why it took them 2 months to arrive here was that they had made several wormholes along the way. In the star field of every small country in the everlasting empire, some wormholes were built on the basis of various planets. However, these wormholes were usually not opened. Only under certain urgent and special circumstances would the small country's capital give the authority to send out a fleet with wormhole jumping authority. Otherwise, it would take at least a year to reach the Sky River planet from the capital of the Tianqian Empire. The entire fleet had a cosmic river-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters, 2 cosmic cloud-level space fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters, and 100 star-level Federation military standard warships as scouts. This was definitely an extremely powerful fleet. Even in the Federation military branch on the Sky River planet, the power in the hands of Commander Zhao Long could not compare. Not to mention other things, just for space fortresses alone, Zhao Long only had 1 cosmic cloud-level space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. This time, in the fleet sent from the capital of the Tianqian Empire, there were 2 such fortresses, and they were only used for protection. The flagship of the fleet was the Cosmic River-Level Space Fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The countless experts on the Heavenly River Star had never seen such an existence before. Therefore, when the entire fleet appeared outside the Heavenly River Star, the entire Heavenly River Star was in an uproar. The Star Commander Bai Zhengjun and the military commander Zhao Long personally walked out of the Heavenly River Star and went to the Star Defense Array to welcome them. Chapter 2639. Translator, Transit Editor, Transit Master Su's Promise. Oh, Master Su, I didn't expect you to come. Bai Zhengjun's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed old man. He immediately trotted over to greet him with a warm smile on his face. In fact, Zhao Long, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. He had wanted to greet Master Su as well, but Bai Zhengjun had taken the initiative. He immediately looked unhappy, but he quickly concealed it. He also walked over to the other major general of the Tianqian nation. Generally, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? After exchanging pleasantries, the host and the guest entered the Tiana planet. The huge fleet, which had a 10,000-meter-long space fortress, remained outside the Tiana planet, attracting a large number of experts to watch. The monarch of the Heaven Dust Kingdom had sent this fleet to solve the problem of the black holes in the domain of the buried falling stars. The general, named Li, was only a guard, while the one who was actually in charge was Master Su. He was not an expert from the everlasting dynasty of the technology faction. Instead, he was from the 10 Ultimates celestial palace of the Cultivation faction. He was a top master in array formation and refining. He was the Master Su that the purplish warbler had mentioned earlier. Now, Even the purplish warbler did not know that Master Su had come to the Xianxian planet at the request of the monarch of the Xianxia nation. He wanted to use his array formation skills to temporarily seal the black hole that had suddenly appeared and was slowly expanding in the graveyard domain. He would think of a better way to solve it in the future. Of course, it was impossible to achieve all this by relying on one person's strength alone. Moreover, although Master Su was known to be a master in both refining weapons and formations, his cultivation was not very strong. He was only at the Starry Star realm, which was the fifth major realm in the cultivation world under the starry sky. Even so, Master Su had to be treated with caution in the Xianxia nation, even some black hole realm experts. In the technology faction, it was not easy to find a master who was a master in both refining and array formation skills. Even a monarch of the Xianxia nation had to treat him with respect. This wasn't to say that the cultivation faction was more powerful than the technological faction. Instead, it was because once the technological faction was able to invite such a master to integrate the cultivation faction's array elements into their magic treasures and refine them again, the final result would often be able to break through the limits of the technological faction. This had long become a consensus. Therefore, although Master Su's cultivation was not strong, due to his special identity, his status in the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was still very high. At this moment, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Star by Xinjun was entertaining Grandmaster Su and General Li at a banquet in the Heavenly River Stars official residence, accompanied by a group of Heavenly River Stars higher-ups. Including Zhao Long by Xinjun took advantage of this opportunity to spill the beans about by Shirley's death and Yi Xian under the pretext of describing the formation of the black hole. Zhao Long frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was an expert in the black hole realm, he could not put on airs in front of Master Su. What? How could there be such a murderer? Nephew Bai was tailing a starry sky devourer and found a large amount of star core origins on that black star. However, in the end, this guy called Yi Xian not only took away all the star core origins, but also planned to capture the starry sky devourer alive. He even plotted against Nephew by bombarding the space with the star cannon, which caused the black hole to appear. After listening to Bai Zhengjuan's exaggerated and willful explanation, Master Su flew into a rage. How can such a murderer be allowed to get away with it? Sigh, there's no other way. That kid has a super top-grade battleship, and this time he entered the Heavenly River Star in disguise. He exchanged a large amount of level 7, level 8, and even level 9 star core origins for a large amount of resources from the Heavenly River Stars auction. By the time I realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, he had already escaped to the outskirts of the Heavenly River Star. Bai Xinjun sighed faintly and continued, Master Su, although my son is innocent in this matter, it was still caused by him. Now, I have issued an arrest warrant, and I believe that this person will be arrested soon. Now, I only hope that Master Su can uphold justice and put in a good word for me in front of the Emperor when you go back. If the Emperor does not listen to other greedy words, I will be very grateful. Of course, this time, in order to deal with this black hole, it has also caused the capital to lose a lot of money and manpower. No matter how you look at it, my Bai family has to bear a part of the responsibility. So after capturing that guy called Yi Xian alive, all of the gains, including a large amount of level 8 and level 9 star cores, will be handed over to Master Su. Master Su will bring them back to the capital, and it can be considered that my Bai family has atoned for my son's mistake. Ha! Bai Xingzhang, don't worry. Leave this to me. I can still say a few words in front of the Emperor. Master Su was very happy to hear this. Although Bai Zhengjuan's words were vague, he knew in his heart that when the time came, at least half of the level 8 and level 9 star core origins would be given to him. At the thought of this, even he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even he did not have level 8 or level 9 star core origins. Thinking of this, Master Su exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, he took the opportunity to express his opinion. By Xingzhang, the matter of apprehending that murderer Yi Xian should not be delayed. In order to motivate the experts in the Tianhe Star region, I will express my opinion today. By Xingzhang, You can spread the news later. As long as you can capture that Yi Xian alive, I, Su, promise to refine it twice, including the teleportation formation. What I am most proficient in is the spatial array Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been invited by the Heavenly Dust Emperor to deal with this black hole incident. With the arrival of Master Su, Bai Zhengjun had successfully resolved his crisis. All this made Zhao Long very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh inwardly that the older the ginger, the wiser. He had never thought that Bai Zhengjun would be able to seize this opportunity. With Master Su's promise to refine 2 star cores for him, the news was widely spread by Bai Zhengjun. The entire Tiana star and its surrounding star domains were in an uproar in an instant. Previously, whether it was the Bai family in private or the official bounty issued by Bai Zhengjun on behalf of the Heavenly River Star, the reward was only star coins, which was not enough to tempt all masters. However, this time, an artifact refining and array master had promised to help twice, so almost no one could resist the temptation. Before realizing that Yi Xian was also a weapon forging master and that his ability surpassed Master Su's, even Xian Yuanxing, who came from the heavenly nether imperial capital, had to ask Master Su for help when she stayed in this star field. From this, it could be seen how prestigious and reputable he was. In an instant, a large number of experts poured into the depths of the Graveyard Star region, forming a large net that enveloped Yi Xian. Chapter 2640. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Scouts of the Heavenly Legacy clan. So far, they had discovered 3 universes: the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race, and the second universe was filled with various races that were also members of the Wan Luo Federation. Only the first universe was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. The Heavenly Legacy clan was actually made up of robots. Their leader was D.E., but they called themselves the Heavenly Legacy clan. In addition, there were also such robots in the third universe, but they had nothing to do with the Heavenly Legacy clan. They were called the Mechanical clan, and their leader was Devourer, who was the imperial advisor of the Immortal Dynasty. There were 2 natural wormholes in the depths of the domain of the Buried Falling that connected the first universe and the second universe. From these 2 natural wormholes, there would often be guests from other realms crossing over, including the myriad races that had formed an alliance with the human race to form the Myriad Sith Federation. There were also members of the Tian's Legacy race from the first universe, as well as experts from other slave races affiliated with the Tian's Legacy race. Of course, very few Heavenly Legacy clan members had come to the domain of the Buried Falling, but there were quite a few experts of the other slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, even the Heavenly Legacy clan needed Star Core origins. Experts of the Wan Luo Federation were fighting the Heavenly Legacy clan members from the first universe or the slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan in the depths of the domain of the Buried Falling at every moment. Once they killed the enemy, they would be rewarded with Federation contribution points. If they could seize some special resources from the enemy, they would also be rewarded with different amounts of Federation contribution points according to their value. Right now, Yi Xian, who was close to the edge of the core area of the domain of the Buried Falling, had encountered such an opportunity. Ding! Demons discovered. Do you want to kill them? Just as Yi Xian had finished his cultivation and given up on the 9 heaven stars incantation to cultivate to the 7th level of the Star Core realm with the insightful Void realm, and open his eyes, the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Along the way, the notifications from the devouring system had been ringing from time to time. Most of them were notifications about the discovery of Star Core origins. However, since they were of average grades, and there weren't many of them, Yi Xian wasn't even interested in stopping to mine them. This was the first time he had been reminded that he had found prey and asked if he had killed it. As such, Yi Xian's curiosity was piqued, and he subconsciously made a detailed inquiry. Very quickly, he obtained all sorts of information regarding the demons from the devouring system, demonic tribe. Originating from the first universe, they are a vassal and slave race of the Tianji tribe, the public enemy of the Myriad Luo Federation. They are also known as the Scouts of the Tianji tribe. All members of this race look no different from humans in terms of appearance. The only difference is that they have a demon core in their minds. This demon core was the cultivation source of the demon tribe. All demon tribe members are proficient in illusions and possess powerful psychic power. Therefore, even if an ordinary expert were to scan them with their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to discover their true identity. They would have to use the super brain of the administrative planet to scan their soul fluctuations in order to successfully identify them. A large number of demon tribe members are active in the depths of the graveyard domain. It is impossible to tell them apart from the humans of the third universe. Because of this, they're often sent by the Tianji tribe as scouts to spy on the myriad Luo Federation in this domain. Killing an ordinary demon tribe member will earn 1,000 Federation contribution points. Small leaders will earn 10,000, big leaders will earn 100,000, and demon tribe commanders will earn 1 million. Note, the demon tribe has 10 major tribes. Each tribe has 1 million members and 1 commander. Above the 10 commanders is the demon tribe emperor. If you can kill him, you will earn 10 million Federation contribution points. Yi Xian's breathing immediately quickened. He didn't want to kill the demon tribe commanders and demon tribe emperors, which were worth 1 million and 10 million Federation contribution points. Existences at that level couldn't have come to the graveyard domain from the first universe. However, killing an ordinary demon tribe member would earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points. This made him very excited. Exchanging a tube of level 9 cultivation fluid from the myriad Luo Federation required 10 million Federation contribution points. In other words, he only needed to kill 10,000 ordinary demon tribe members. Now that he had encountered the first demon tribe member, would he be far from the 10,000th? This wasn't because Yi Xian was overconfident. It was because he had realized his advantage, and that advantage was the devouring system. Yi Xian had already realized this advantage when the notification of the devouring system had sounded. The contribution points of the myriad Luo Federation were not so easy to earn. Killing the experts of the other slave races of the Heaven's Legacy race. And if they were all ordinary clansmen, the highest reward would be 100 contribution points. Some would only be a few points, or even a few dozen points. The reason why killing an ordinary demon tribe member could earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points was because it was very difficult to distinguish between demon tribe members and demon tribe members. Unless one used the super brain of an administrative planet to scan for demon tribe members' soul power fluctuations, even the myriad Luo Federation powerhouses wouldn't be able to find any clues with their divine sense. This was understandable. Demon tribe members had demon cores in their heads, so they generally had powerful spiritual power. However, where could one find the super brain of an administrative planet in the depths of the graveyard domain? This directly led to situations where humans and demon tribe members would often travel in groups in this region. You wouldn't even know that the other party was a demon tribe member, so a lot of information about the myriad Luo Federation was unknowingly leaked out. There had been several major leaks in history, causing the human race, and even a myriad Luo Federation to suffer heavy losses. However, this problem couldn't be solved. They couldn't order the Federation powerhouses to form groups in the depths of the graveyard domain and force them to fight alone to prevent information from being leaked. Could they? If they really did that, it would be too harsh. Besides, it wasn't certain if the intergalactic mercenaries and Federation powerhouses would comply. It was because of this that the Federation contribution points awarded for killing demon tribe members were so terrifyingly high. Even so, very few demon tribe members were successfully killed every year. This was because the only way to determine whether a demon tribe member was a demon tribe member in the depths of the graveyard domain was to kill them and dig out their brains to see if there was a demon core inside. If there was, then contribution points would be awarded. Every Federation powerhouse or intergalactic mercenary had a virtual mercenary card that was tied to their identity, and it had the ability to identify and record the changes in contribution points. For others, it was easy to kill a demon tribe member, but there was no way to determine the demon tribe member's identity. They couldn't just kill a demon tribe member on sight, could they? If that were the case, then the human race would have been in chaos a long time ago. However, Yixian was different. He hadn't even seen where the demon tribe member was, but the devouring system had already given him a clear notification. This was practically cheating. If he couldn't successfully accumulate 10 million Federation contribution points in the depths of the graveyard domain, then he would be too weak. Chapter 2641. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Probe. Figure appeared in the void of the Milky Way ahead. It was a woman. She looked no different from a human. She even looked sweet and gave people a sense of intimacy. Seeing this, even though Yixian had received the exact notification from the devouring system, he was still a little shaken. With a doubtful expression, he checked with the devouring system again. The result was the same. His opponent was indeed a demon, but her cultivation was not very strong. She was only at the 5th Rancor realm. However, since he couldn't confirm whether she was a demonkin or a 5th level star core realm cultivator, this woman could basically guarantee his safety in the domain of the buried falling star. Her sweet and friendly appearance was the best protection he could get. For the first time, Yixian had a clear understanding of the concept of a demon. At this moment, this demon cultivator woman was excavating the source of the star core on a planet that wasn't very big. Moreover, the location she chose was rather secretive. If it wasn't for the fact that Yixian possessed the devouring system and was able to sense it indiscriminately within a certain distance, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover the other party just by flying past. Subconsciously, Yixian checked the star that the other party was excavating and discovered that there was no star core source within the star core. Thus, with a thought, he came out of the purple hidden shuttle and put away the battleship. After that, he concealed his cultivation to the level of a star core level 5 and soared towards the star below. There was one thing to be clear here. Normally, unless one's cultivation base was a whole realm higher than the opponent's, it was basically impossible to conceal one's cultivation base perfectly. This was why Zhao Long could see through the purplish warbler's cultivation base at a glance. Although the latter had concealed her cultivation base, they were in the same realm, so they could see through each other's cultivation base at a glance. However, Yixian was different. He had just discovered this difference not long ago. Not to mention those in the same realm, even those who were much stronger than him would not be able to see through his concealment of his cultivation base. Everything was because of Dong Su. Even if this secret art only contained fragments of the first 8 realms, the devouring system had already identified it as a starry sky grade supreme treasure. As such, its original grade could only be imagined. Due to the fact that Yixian had changed his cultivation to Cosmic Void Realm, he had concealed his actual cultivation base at level 5. Even a black hole realm elite would not be able to see through his disguise. Yixian pretended not to notice the other party and also began to excavate the planet. However, the location he chose was not far away, and the commotion he created was large enough to alarm the other party. The reason why Yixian did this was to be safe. He wanted to test the other party before making a move. Otherwise, if the other party wasn't a devil cultivator and such a cute and friendly human fellow died in his hands, Yixian would feel a bit sad in his heart. He was afraid that it would affect his Dao heart to a certain extent. If the other party still attacked him after the test, then even if she was not a demon, Yixian would not have any qualms about killing her. The Dao heart was very important on the path of cultivation. Those who only pursued benefits and had no bottom line in their hearts might improve rapidly. But at the same time, after reaching a certain realm, the chances of encountering inner demons would also increase greatly. Yixian had experienced this before, so he always had his own principles. He was not being pretentious, but there really was karma in the unseen world, so he had to pay attention to it. Fellow Taoist, you seem to have crossed the line. I've been excavating for a long time. Don't you think it is a little inappropriate for you to suddenly interfere? Just as Yixian was about to activate the sword of meteorite essence to excavate the planet, an obviously displeased voice sounded in the air behind him. He immediately stopped and pretended to look in the direction of the voice. Then he smiled and said somewhat awkwardly, "So there's already someone excavating this planet. I just didn't notice before. My apologies." However, changing the topic, Yi Xian pointed at the deep tunnel that he had excavated. However, I obtained a top-grade offensive magical treasure half a year ago. I can excavate faster than you can. Just in case, why don't we work together? When the time comes, we will divide the large amount of star core origin equally. What do you think? What do you mean? The other party's eyebrows twitched, but she forced herself to remain calm. Clearly, she was shocked by Yi Xian's words about the large amount of star core origin. All right, then I will be frank. Actually, I have the bloodline of the Star Devourer beast. Back then, I accidentally hunted a young beast, so at this point, Yi Xian saw the light in the other party's eyes. He knew that she had understood, so he did not continue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, under this planet, there are nearly 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals. There are also 3 level 8 black crystals the size of a fist. We will split the level 7 crystals in half, and I will take 2 of the level 8 crystals. What do you think? If we work together, we can get it as soon as possible. This is also the reason why I didn't move just now. Otherwise, once other powerhouses come with my 5th level Star Core Realm Cultivation base, I am afraid. In fact, you are the same. We are almost the same. We don't have to worry about who will take the things after we get it. Instead of attracting other powerhouses, why don't we each take our share and make a fortune silently? All of this was reasonable. The female demon was obviously tempted. After pondering for a while, she nodded and agreed. Well, my magical treasure can excavate faster. I will be the main force in the front, and you will be the back. You only need to use your magical treasure to assist. At the same time, keep an eye on the situation outside. If other people pass by, remember to remind me to stop at the first moment. I don't want to attract too much attention. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and revealed an impatient expression. He immediately raised the Star Essence sword and began to dig with a rumbling sound. As for the Devil Cultivator woman, she also pretended to activate her magic treasure outside to help, but her eyes flashed with a bright light from time to time. It was obvious that her state of mind was unstable. It was not that she didn't think of capturing Yi Xian alive. This was a living star core origin detector. But considering that the strength of both sides was about the same, and the sword in the opponent's hand was of the highest quality, she obviously didn't have the ability to do so. And it was too late to go back and call for help. The opponent would definitely be suspicious. After thinking about it, she finally decided to kill. No matter what, she had to get the 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals and 3 level 8 black crystals first. With these, it would be a great achievement when she returned. Thinking of this, the female demon took advantage of Yi Xian's inattention. The magical treasure that was originally excavating on the right side of Yi Xian's body suddenly changed direction and directly blasted toward the back of Yi Xian's head. AI really courting death. Chapter 2642. Harvest without restraint, boom, swish. As Yi Xian completely released his previously concealed cultivation, a majestic pressure instantly enveloped the Devil Cultivator woman. Before it even reached her body, it had already caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, and her beautiful face turned pale. At the same time, the Star Essence sword that Yi Xian had been using to rapidly dig in front of him suddenly spun around, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the Devil Cultivator woman. The blade was cold and emitted a bone-piercing chill. The Devil Cultivator woman sensed the aura of death and screamed in shock. What? Level 7 Star Core Stage? You're a late-stage expert? This is impossible. You found out too late, Yi Xian sneered, and as he chanted, he formed a hand seal, and the Star Essence sword that was whistling through the air instantly slashed down. Puffed. A soft, muffled sound rang out, and the Devil Dweller woman was beheaded on the spot. Her head flew into the sky, but her beautiful eyes that were filled with shock were still wide open, as if she was endlessly unwilling to accept everything that had happened before her eyes. At the same time, hot blood surged out from the neck of her headless body. Yi Xian frowned, and with a wave of his sleeve, He wrapped her up and brought her to the ground far away from the planet. Then he walked towards the head of the devil cultivator woman that had rolled to the side. The devil cultivator clan and humans looked exactly the same. The only difference was that the former had a demon core in their heads. This demon core was equivalent to the sea of consciousness of a human expert. Not only was it the foundation of cultivation, it also had a certain effect on the amplitude of mental strength. The devil cultivator rankers had powerful mental strength, and even if human cultivators used their divine sense to scan their bodies, they would not be able to find any abnormalities. It was precisely because the demon core in their minds had vibrated their mental strength that they were able to block the detection and scanning of external divine sense. At this moment, Xian held the star essence sword in his hand and stood in front of the head of the devil cultivator woman who had died with her eyes wide open. For a moment, he actually felt a trace of hesitation. If this woman did not have the rumored monster core at her head, then this matter would be really awkward. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xian waved his right hand, and the star essence sword in his hand instantly slashed out a black blade, quietly cutting open the head of the devil cultivator woman. Of course, Xian had considered the possibility of the demon's monster core in this skull, so he had been careful with his actions. He had used a lot of skill, so he didn't split the demon's head and the demon's monster core in one strike. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the female demon's head split into two halves. In the middle of the red and white halves, there was a black prism the size of a peach pit that entered Xian's line of sight. As expected, after secretly heaving a sigh of relief, Xian waved his hand, and an invisible force swept out, wrapping around the black prism crystal in the skull. With a slight shake, the stains and blood were washed away, and when it landed on Xian's palm, it was already incomparably clean. Although this object was only the size of a peach pit, it felt quite heavy in his palm. It could be seen that its density was not low. Xian examined it a few times, but couldn't find any clues, so he subconsciously wrapped it with his divine sense. In the next moment, the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained 1,000 contribution points from the Myriad Luo Federation. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained the Devil Cultivator's brain. Do you wish to accept it? The two system prompts that suddenly sounded in his mind caused Xian to be stunned. He was not surprised by the 1,000 contribution points from the Federation, but how could he accept the Devil Cultivator's brain? With doubts, Xian immediately looked through the detailed introduction of the Devil Cultivator and the information data of the Devouring System, and soon came to a realization. The Devil Cultivator's brain could indeed be absorbed, but other experts were obviously powerless because this object was the source of the Devil Cultivator's spiritual force. The Devil Cultivator did not cultivate his divine sense, but his spiritual force was very strong. From the birth crystal, there was a small crystal in his brain. After that, as the Devil Cultivator grew step by step, he cultivated his spiritual force and continuously refined the Devil core in his brain. When he reached adulthood, this Devil core was equivalent to his sea of consciousness, containing incomparably pure spiritual force. However, because its density was too high and its structure was tight, it had the most complex genetic chain, so it could not be used by others. However, Xian's devouring system could easily decompose this object and then extract the spiritual force contained in the Devil core. After returning it to its source, it could be used to refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness. It was the most ideal. After understanding this situation, Xian was immediately overjoyed. Cultivation methods that could refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness were extremely rare. Even Xian had only heard of them and had never come into contact with them. If he could obtain a large amount of pure spiritual force through the Devil core in the brain of these Devil cultivators, he could refine his divine sense and expand his sea of consciousness. This was absolutely tantamount to a good fortune for any cultivator. I didn't expect the devil core in the brain of the devil cultivator to have such a wonderful use. It seems that not only can I obtain a large amount of Federation contribution points by hunting the devil cultivator, but I can also obtain the devil core and give it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual force contained in it. It's killing two birds with one stone. It couldn't be better. Muttering to himself, Yixian immediately ordered the devouring system to devour the devil core. Soon, the devil core in his palm suddenly disappeared and was collected by the devouring system. It was just that this object was too dense, and it contained the most complex gene chain of the devil cultivator clan. Even with the terrifying ability of the devouring system, it was not possible to completely extract the spiritual force in it in a short time. However, Yixian was not in a hurry. He immediately jumped out of the hole he dug. After reaching the ground, he searched the devil cultivator woman's body. After confirming that there was no other valuable thing, he waved his hand to summon the purple hidden shuttle. His figure had already stepped into the inner cabin of the battleship in a flash, and he soared into the sky. In the following time, Yixian almost didn't even have time to cultivate. He almost drove the purple hidden shuttle day and night to wander around the edge of the core area of the graveyard domain, looking for the devil cultivator. Every time the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind, Yixian would follow the system's guidance and quickly approach, waiting for an opportunity to kill. Unknowingly, a full 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After nearly 100 days and nights, Yixian's harvest could be said to be gratifying. The number of devil cultivators that he successfully hunted reached nearly 100 in a short period of time. Almost every day, there was a harvest. In addition to nearly 100 devil cores, Yixian also obtained nearly 100,000 Federation contribution points. Although he was still far away from the goal of 10 million points, at least he had taken a solid first step. Even for a powerful black hole realm cultivator, this kind of harvest was absolutely unimaginable. They couldn't be sure if their target was a devil cultivator or not. As for Yixian, with the help of the devouring system, he could be said to be invincible in hunting the devil cultivator. Chapter 2643. Casting the net and bait in Nibelheim Mountain over the past 3 months, Yixian had indeed encountered a large number of demonkin. On the surface, they looked no different from humans, but the targets he had chosen were all lone wolves. Sometimes, he would come across groups of demonkin. Out of caution, Yixian would not act rashly even if he was tempted. Stability was the most important thing. Making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. Unfortunately, after 3 months of continuous hunting, the demonkin tribes lingering in this star field seemed to have become vigilant. At present, Yixian had been roaming the hidden purple shuttle for 4 or 5 days in a row in the star field, but he had not come across a single demonkin. At the very least, they were in groups of 3 or 5. Under such circumstances, with Yixian's current cultivation and strength, he could not act at all. Otherwise, his whereabouts would be exposed. Obviously, the disappearance of hundreds of his clansmen had attracted the attention of some demonkin leader or commander in this area. Because of this, Yixian's hunting had become stagnant. At the same time, while Yixian was gloomily controlling the hidden purple shuttle to wander aimlessly around the periphery of the core of the graveyard star field, somewhere in the depths of this star field, a battle star nearly 10,000 meters in diameter was quietly sailing through the vast star field. The battle star was shaped like a beehive, and its 10,000 meters in diameter made it look like a meteor. Although it was dim and lightless, it imperceptibly exuded an aura of desolation. This was the headquarters of the demonkin race in this star field. The battlestar was a weapon of mass destruction that represented the highest level of human technology. In fact, it was not a monopoly of the human race in the third universe. There were also such things in the enemy camp of the human race. After all, the entire Tianji race was originally made up of intelligent robots with self-awareness. To a certain extent, the technological power they controlled was even more advanced than that of the human race. Because of this, warships and battlestars were extremely common in the first universe. As the frontline scouts of the Heaven's Legacy race and the Myriad Net Federation, it was very normal for the demon race to possess something like a space fortress. After all, they would have to enter wormholes to travel from the first universe to the third universe, which was occupied by the humans, other than the lengthy interstellar travel. Without a bastion, there was no way to jump through a wormhole. Of course, since this was the third universe occupied by the human race, the appearance of the bastion that the Tianji race gave to the demon race's scouts must have been specially designed. It was exactly the same as the ordinary bastions that were commonly seen in the human race's technological base. But in reality, this bastion wasn't just a base camp for the Demonkin scouts. It was a mobile prison. Within the bastion's interior was a section of catacombs designed to imprison the strongest of the human race, or those from other races of the Federation. Whenever they set their eyes on something valuable in the domain of the graveyard, they would capture it alive and throw it into the 10,000 nets in their bastions. These experts of the human race all had special abilities in a certain field, or were the cream of the crop. The Tianji race's purpose in capturing these elites was the same as the myriad net Federation's call for all the experts of the Federation to hunt down their enemies and obtain important resources. A bastion that could rise to a height of 10,000 meters was at the galaxy level. Even the Skyriver star didn't have one. However, in the boundless domain of the graveyard, the demon race had a total of 10 such bastions. Every bastion had 10,000 ordinary demons in it. Of course, there was a difference in strength between them. The one in charge of these 10,000 ordinary Devil Dwellers was a small leader of the Devil Dwellers. 10 planetary bastions, 10 squad leaders, and 100,000 demon experts. This was the vanguard of the Tianji race's scouts in the domain of the graveyard. Of course, apart from the small heads, there were also big heads. A big head was in charge of 10 small heads and 100,000 demon experts under their command. As for the commanders, they had 10 squad leaders and 1,000,000 demon experts under their command. They formed a tribe. 10 tribes and 10 commanders made up the entire demon race, which had a population of more than 10 million. However, among all the powerful demon experts who had been stationed in the domain of the Buried Fall all year round, there was only one who was the most powerful and had the highest status. All of the minor leaders who controlled the 10-star forts were under his command. This squad leader was the highest commander of the Tianji race's scouts in the third universe. His name was Ba Chai, and he was a late black hole realm expert. Among the 10 bastions of the demon race, the one Ba Chai personally commanded was the headquarters of the demon race's scouts. However, that bastion, which was similar to a flagship, had always been hidden in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard and wouldn't leave easily. As for the space fortress that was slowly approaching from the distance, the leader of the Devil Cultivator was called Mount Naibua. The nearly 100 Devil Cultivator experts that Yi Xian had killed were all his subordinates. The entire bastion had only about 10,000 demon experts, and over 100 had gone missing in such a short time. This ratio had never happened before. If Naibua Shan couldn't find out the truth, he wouldn't be able to answer to Ba Chai and would definitely be punished. Because of this, he had decided to come to this star field in person and do his best to find out the truth. The bastion was like a nest, divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Cataclysm, and the highest level was Mount Naibua's private territory. At this moment, Naibua Shan was sitting gloomily on a luxurious, ferocious beast leather sofa in the inner cabin of the bastion's top floor, surrounded by demon guards. Not far away from him, there were a few cautious Devil Cultivator rankers standing respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. These guys had just finished reporting the general situation of the missing Devil Cultivator scouts, and their hearts were currently filled with apprehension. Specifically targeting our clansmen who are alone? If that's the case, the guy hiding in the dark shouldn't be too strong. Humph! I like to see who dares to treat my demon race as prey. A cold light flashed in Naibua Shan's eyes as he let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to vent all the suffocation and annoyance in his chest. After a long time, he turned his head and glanced at several of his trusted subordinates beside him and ordered, "Set the bait. All clansmen, those who can be mobilized, take action and set an inescapable net in this star field. No matter what, we must find that demon hunter. Remember, we must catch him alive. Chapter 2644. Demon Dwellers trapped for an entire month. Yi Xian had yet to encounter a single demon dweller. During this period of time, the demon dwellers he had encountered had at least 3 to 5 people. Although ordinary demon dwellers were generally in the Star Core realm, when there were too many of them, Yi Xian did not dare to rashly make a move in a situation where he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill all of them. He had been waiting for the right time the entire time. The Devil Cultivator was obviously on guard, but as time passed, their tensed minds would slowly relax. At that time, it would be the time for Yi Xian to attack again and hunt. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. For a cultivator, a few months really passed in the blink of an eye. Many times, a single closed-door cultivation session would take several years or even longer. A few months was really nothing. However, in these few months, Yi Xian felt rather tormented. In his boredom, he even urged the purple hidden shuttle to go to a remote part of the star field, mining the star core sources in the center of the stars to pass the time. Until this day, when Yi Xian had basically dug out all the star core sources in a small part of the void, the assassin system's notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered a demon dweller. Location: star field in front left. A demon dweller? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. His entire person instantly became excited. For an entire half a year, the assassin system's occasional notifications were basically about small demon dweller groups. For a situation like this, where a demon dweller was discovered alone, Yi Xian even felt that it was somewhat distant and unfamiliar. It had only appeared in the first 3 months. For an entire half a year, they had not killed a single demon dweller. Presumably their vigilance had gradually relaxed. Otherwise, a situation like this where a demon dweller acted alone would basically not have occurred in the past half a year. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the hidden purple shuttle. He silently, but quickly chased after the direction indicated by the assassin system. The figure of a demon dweller appeared in the void of the star field in front of him very quickly. Its body looked extremely sturdy. Although it was only its back view, it was basically possible to determine that the demon dweller was in the prime of his life. Its cultivation was not bad, actually the same as Yi Xian at the 7th level core realm. Although they were experts of the same level, Yi Xian didn't take them to heart at all. In the first 3 months, among the over 100 devil cultivator experts he'd killed, there were even a few at the 8th level of the star core realm. As for the 7th level core realm, there were more than 10 of them. Ever since Yi Xian stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had grown up killing all the way. Whether it was battle experience or willpower, he was far from an ordinary powerhouse. In addition, with the purple hidden shuttle that could conceal his presence, if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, he was confident that he could kill even a 9th level core realm demon dweller. At this moment, the demon in front of them seemed to have encountered some kind of situation. He had been burying his head in his journey. Under the full power of his late star core realm cultivation base, his body had almost turned into a shooting star arrow, rapidly flying towards the vast star field in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it could not be compared to the purple hidden shuttle. Yi Xian used less than half a cup of tea's time to get close to the demon dweller. This was the result of him following behind the demon dweller for a long time out of caution. Otherwise, if Yi Xian fully urged the purple hidden shuttle, he could have blocked the demon dweller's path in a few breaths' time. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. After confirming that everything was normal around him, Yi Xian made a prompt decision and attacked at the first possible moment. His figure shot out of the purple hidden shuttle, and the star essence sword turned into a black light. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had already slashed towards the back of the demon cultivator's neck. Wong! It was also at this moment that a buzzing sound suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space of the galaxy suddenly trembled violently. Caught off guard, Yi Xian only felt his divine sense shake, and he instantly felt dizzy. This scene was similar to the feeling he had when he had rushed out of the Black Star after killing by Shirley. The 10 standard warships of the Planetary Federation under the latter's command had activated their space oscillators at the same time, disturbing the space around them. Rumble. Before he could react in time, in the originally empty space in front of him, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the void of the galaxy. A beehive-shaped battleship as huge as a meteor with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly descended. This was clearly a space fortress, and it was even a Star River level one. It was more than 5,000 meters in diameter. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and his entire heart sank to the bottom. In his line of sight, the demon cultivator in front of him, who was rushing forward, turned into a ray of light the moment the Star Essence Sword was about to cut off his head. He was instantly taken away by a black beam of light from the space fortress that suddenly appeared. Bait! Trap! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved, wanting to take out the purple hidden shuttle and escape immediately. Since you're here, don't leave. The human race is really full of talents. I didn't expect there to be someone who can accurately distinguish the difference between us demons and humans. I'm really curious how you did it. With a sneer, the figure of Naboshan appeared in the space of the galaxy to his right. He seemed to be calm when he took a step, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xian. His expression was fierce and ferocious. He didn't even bother to take out his magic weapon. He raised his hand, and his right palm turned into a giant peak. With a rumbling sound of thunder, it covered Yi Xian's head. Black hole state? Yi Xian exclaimed softly. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. He had already taken out the purple hidden shuttle. His figure flashed into it, and he turned around to escape with all his strength. Unfortunately, because the Star River-class space fortress in the distance had already activated the space oscillator in advance, a large area around it was shrouded. The concealment array engraved on the purple hidden shuttle was completely ineffective, revealing its trace. Even its speed was greatly affected. At this moment, it was like a small boat in the raging waves. It was bobbing up and down. Before breaking through this turbulent space of a galaxy, it couldn't enter a normal sailing state. The space oscillator was also activated, but the combined effect of the 10 planetary-level battleships was far inferior to this Star River-class space fortress. They were not on the same level at all. A little star core state ant. So what if you have a super-quality small battleship? Facing the space-sealing power of the Star River-class space fortress, you can't escape today. Chapter 2645. That battleship looks familiar. Young miss, that purple battleship in front of us looks very familiar. Could that be the guy we're looking for? Inside the Xianyuan Ark, Luo, who was in charge of operating the ship, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was filled with confusion. Strange. Where did this guy come from? Someone actually used a Star River-class bastion to kill him. This isn't just using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It's... Before she could finish, the purplish warbler, who had been cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her gaze swept across the Xianyuan Ark screen, and her expression changed drastically. The scene on the big screen was extremely dangerous. The entire galaxy in front of them was showing a very strange, high-frequency vibration. Even the starry sky screen of a Xianyuan boat seemed to be shaking, and the picture was very unstable. The other party had obviously activated a large space oscillator. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cover such a vast area of space. Since they were willing to pay such a huge price, the owner of that Star River bastion was determined to get Yi Xian. Realizing this, even the purplish warbler was a little speechless. Her first thought was the same as Lulua's. Who did this guy offend? The purplish warbler was no stranger to space bastions. As a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family, one of the 3 great families of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, the purplish warbler could enter and leave their Star River bastions at will. But it was also because of this that she understood the terror of a Star River-class Star River bastion better than the average powerhouse. Her Xianyuan Ark couldn't withstand a single blast from that Star River bastion's main cannon. A Star River Bastion's main cannon was far superior to the star cannons installed on Star River battleships. It was known as the ultimate weapon of destruction. A single blast from it could reduce a small planet to nothing. Young miss, you're not thinking of saving him, are you? Seeing the purplish warbler's uncertain expression, Luluwa curled her lips and said, "That's a Star River-class Star River Bastion we're talking about. Not to mention, we don't have the ability, even if we did. I'm afraid it's too late." Boom! A burst of surging chi suddenly exploded in the void in front of them. It was obvious that the sound could not be transmitted from the endless distance, but through the monitoring screen of the Xianyuan boat in front of them. The surging and frenzied scene in their line of sight clearly gave them the illusion that they had heard a monstrous explosion. On the screen, the gray-robed middle-aged man had blocked Yi Xian's path in a flash. With just one blow, the mountainous palm formed by his supernatural power had slapped the purple battleship out of the void like a small boat in a stormy sea. The battleship was completely out of control. It spun around and headed toward the void where the space fortress was located further away. An unparalleled expert in the black hole realm could even destroy a small meteor that was speeding through space with a single punch. Right now, it was only a small private battleship that was sent flying. Naturally, it would not be a problem for them. Swish! A black light beam shot out from below the space fortress and completely enveloped the purple battleship that was spinning toward it. Then, as the black light beam suddenly shrank, the purple battleship disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the black light beam had absorbed the purple battleship into the space fortress. Seeing this scene, the purplish warbler's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed again. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, the black hole realm expert in the void in front of her had already shot into the space fortress in a flash and entered it. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the void around the space fortress seemed to become blurry. In less than 3 seconds, the huge space fortress had completely disappeared without a trace. This kind of space jump technology was impossible for ordinary battleships. Only this kind of beehive-type space fortress, due to its extremely stable structure, could barely resist the tearing force of space jump. Once the space fortress disappeared after a space jump, it was basically impossible to find it in a short period of time. The purplish warbler was naturally aware of this. Therefore, when she realized that Yi Xian had been taken away by the other party from the empty monitoring screen of the Xianyuan Ark, a strong sense of loss immediately surged in her heart. She sighed faintly. What a pity. Fellow Yi is also extraordinary, but his luck is really too bad. He actually provoked such an existence, sigh. Miss, what should we do now? Should we return to the capital of the Xianxian country, the Xianxian Star? Master Su can't stay there for too long, in my opinion. On the side, Luo took over the conversation and asked, in my opinion, we should hurry back immediately. Let's go back to the Tiana Star first and use the small man-made wormhole there to get back as quickly as possible. If Master Su leaves, we'll miss him. Hearing this, the purplish warbler, who was obviously in a bad mood, nodded and decided on this matter. Soon, under the control of Luo, the Xianyuan Ark turned into a pale golden light and streaked across the void, speeding towards the Tiana Star at the edge of the graveyard star field. Yi Xian knew that the black hole realm was very powerful, but he never thought that it could be to this extent. This guy, who was suspected to be the leader of the demons, actually slapped his purple hidden shuttle back, causing it to spin uncontrollably and crash into the bastion in the distance. As the purple hidden shuttle went out of control, Yi Xian's figure also staggered in the inner cabin of the battleship. Then, before he could react, a huge black beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the bastion in front of him and directly enveloped the purple hidden shuttle. It was unknown what kind of mystery this black pillar of light had, but it inexplicably emitted an extremely powerful suction force. Yi Xian even had an illusion, as if the hidden purple shuttle was about to be controlled by this suction force and be passively thrown out of the cabin. Instead of this, Yi Xian simply took the initiative to escape from the purple hidden shuttle and at the same time put it into his immortal world. This was the only safe way. After all, this battleship was a treasure that he had painstakingly merged with 3 times. There's a lot of room for growth, and he could not afford to lose it. As the purple hidden shuttle was put away, Yi Xian's figure was directly exposed to the power of the enormous black pillar of light. He was unable to resist at all, and like a leaf in a hurricane, he was directly sucked into the bottom of the space fortress by the terrifying suction force from the black pillar of light. He entered an extremely strange space that was filled with a cold and despairing aura. When the black beam of light disappeared and Yi Xian's dizzy consciousness gradually recovered, he looked around and found that he was in a huge cage more than 100 square meters in size. He was the only one in the cage, but looking through the gaps of the cage, Yi Xian was shocked to find that all around him were similar cages, and almost all of them held a figure. Chapter 2646. Eons of 10,000 nets. Yi Xian didn't know that he was being held captive in the bastion's lowest level, the eons of 10,000 nets. In order to gather information about the human race in the third universe and obtain the most abundant star core origin in the graveyard of meteorite, the Xianxia clan had built 10 special Star River-class space fortresses for the demon tribe. The 10 bastions were equipped with cutting-edge technology that surpassed the technology of the human race in the third universe. After all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race had evolved from sentient robots. In terms of technological research and innovation, the robots had an innate advantage over the humans. The black beam of light that had trapped Yi Xian in this bastion was one of the Celestial Legacy clan's most advanced technologies. In addition, the Celestial Legacy clan's geniuses who were proficient in warship construction had even used space-folding technology in these bastions. Although the bastions looked like a giant beehive 10,000 meters in diameter, the space inside was far more than that. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate 10,000 Demonkin scouts. In fact, the bastion that used the most space-folding technology was the bastion's lowest level, the eons of 10,000 nets. As the name implied, the eons of 10,000 nets were prisons used to imprison the elites of the 10,000 Nets Federation. The bastions the Celestial Legacy clan had bestowed upon the Demonkin scouts each had eons of 10,000 nets. Every one of these bastions was a prisoner of the 10,000 Nets Federation they'd captured in the domain of the fallen. The entire Myriad Heaven prison was vast. There were at least tens of thousands of independent cages like the one that Yi Xian was currently imprisoned in. If it wasn't for the spatial folding technology, then these tens of thousands of cages that were like sealed houses wouldn't be able to fit into the space fortress. The space was far from enough. Each of the 10,000 cages was 100 meters in size. They were scattered throughout the eons of 10,000 nets. Some were close to each other, others were farther apart. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. Of course, this was also because the bottom cabin of the Myriad Heaven prison was extremely dark and gloomy. This kind of darkness seemed to be somewhat similar to the aura of the black pillar of light that imprisoned Yi Xian. It emitted a strange feeling. In reality, the entire Myriad Luo hell was clearly shrouded in a faint black mist. It was this mist that blocked Yi Xian's vision, preventing him from prying too far. Even extending his spiritual sense had become strenuous, as if he had fallen into a swamp. This was clearly caused by the black fog. Its purpose should be to prevent the experts of the Federation who were imprisoned in the Myriad Hell from communicating with each other using their consciousness. After clearing his thoughts, Yi Xian immediately started to spin around the cage. He even tried to study the pillars of the cage, but unfortunately, he couldn't move them at all. Not only were they abnormally hard, they seemed to be one with the entire space fortress, making it difficult to destroy. After trying to no avail, Yi Xian temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Even if he had a chance to escape, now was not the best time. After sitting down cross-legged, Yi Xian tried to extend his spiritual sense. He found that as soon as he left the cage and encountered the faint black fog floating in the space outside, his extended spiritual sense immediately lost its connection. This strange black fog had the terrifying effect of swallowing a cultivator's spiritual sense. It seemed that even if it didn't have any blocking effect on a cultivator's spiritual sense, the average expert wouldn't dare to act rashly. The loss outweighed the gain. Fortunately, although he couldn't extend his spiritual sense and couldn't see too far, Yixian could still see the situation within a kilometer radius around him. Although the black fog was strange, it wasn't very dense. Everything within a kilometer radius could still be seen clearly. After counting carefully, Yixian found that there were a total of 45 cages distributed around this kilometer radius. In each cage, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. They were completely unmoved by Yixian's arrival. There were men and women, old and young. Most of them were humans, but there were also experts of the Federation from other races. Their auras were all restrained, so Yixian couldn't see their cultivation. They sat there like dead people. Chapter 26:47. Condensing a monster coral, though, Yixian had dabbled in the Tao of formations in the past and had gained quite a bit of experience. After entering the starry sky of the universe, the laws of heaven and earth were completely different. The Tao of formations he had grasped before was no longer suitable, so Yixian was unable to start with the damaged teleportation formation engraved on the battleship. His only hope was to find a formation master in the future and ask him to repair it for him. Formation masters were not easy to invite. They were all from the Tenju celestial palaces of the Immortal faction. In the everlasting empire of the science and technology faction, any formation master was of high status. Yixian originally thought that the repair of the star shifting would take a long time. He didn't expect to meet a formation master when he was casually thrown into a cage by the demonkin. From the tone of the green-bearded old man's voice, his knowledge of formations was extraordinary. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair Yixian's star shifting. Now that he was in a cage, the old man wouldn't lie about such things. There was a 60% chance that he was telling the truth. Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. There were several types of teleportation arrays. For example, the one engraved on the hull of a battleship could be divided into two types. The first type could be activated to transport both the person and the ship. The other was less satisfactory. Once the teleportation array on the battleship was activated, only the controller of the battleship could be teleported away. As for the battleship itself, it was equivalent to abandoning the battleship. Although Yixian didn't know what kind of array was engraved on the hull of the star shifting, he was certain of one thing. That was, as long as he could repair the array engraved on the hull of the star shifting, then he could at least guarantee his escape from this bastion. As important as the hidden purple shuttle was, it couldn't compare to his own safety. Besides, it was entirely up to Yixian to decide whether or not to integrate Star Shift into the hidden purple shuttle after it was repaired. If the teleportation formation engraved on the ship was the type that could only teleport the ship's controller, then he could directly activate the teleportation formation, abandon SS Shifting Star, and leave on his own. In the future, it was not like he would not have the opportunity to encounter such a small warship with a teleportation array engraved on it. There was still plenty of time. However, even though Yixian's plan was good, there was still a crucial prerequisite for him to realize all this. That was, the green-bearded old man in the cage 100 meters away would agree to Yixian's request and help him repair the transmission array engraved on the star shift. Apart from this premise, everything was just empty talk. With this in mind, Yixian didn't want to casually mention this matter to the other party. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After carefully calculating for a while, he asked tentatively, "Senior, since you're a Formation Tao Grandmaster, I wonder if you can repair the damaged teleportation array? I have a warship with a teleportation formation engraved on it. However, it is damaged. If it can be repaired, it might be able to teleport us away from this place." "Ha ha, what a joke." The green-bearded old man immediately raised his head and laughed. As a top Formation Tao Grandmaster, how could this old man not have some treasures engraved with teleportation formations? If not, it shouldn't be a problem for me to prepare some formation flags and talismans for emergencies, right? However, if you want to leave this myriad hells in this way, This old man advises you to give up as soon as possible. This black prison should have been set up by a formation Dao genius of the Tianji clan, using the space folding technique. In this environment, the effect of the teleportation formation is greatly reduced. Even if this old man has a few good items, they can only help me get out of this cage. But what's the point? After leaving the small cage, I'm still in the big cage of this myriad hells. Once I'm discovered by the wardens here, I'm afraid it will lead to more unpredictable dangers. The loss outweighs the gain. What's more, the entire myriad hells outside the cage is filled with this strange black fog. It's impossible to extend one's divine sense, and it's difficult to move even an inch after leaving this place. What's the point? As he spoke, the green-bearded old man shook his head and sighed. He waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of despair. Yixian immediately fell in a deep thought. The situation was more troublesome than he had expected. If he couldn't leave with the teleportation formation and could only be teleported out of the small cage, he would still be in the myriad hells. This was indeed meaningless. It was no wonder that the nearly 10,000 powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells were so depressed and desperate. If they couldn't even count on the teleportation formation, what better way could they find to leave this place alive? A great sense of loss surged in Yi Xian's heart, and his mood gradually fell. It was at this moment that the notification of the devouring system rang out in his mind again. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. You have obtained a large amount of mind power origin. Do you want to start condensing a mind power source core? Mind power source core? Condense? Yixian was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Based on the literal meaning of the devouring system's notification, it was clear that it wanted him to use the mental energy origin cores extracted from over 100 demonic people's monster cores to condense a mental energy source core in his sea of consciousness, just like the demonic peoples. Wouldn't he be no different from the demon core if he did that? Would he still be considered a pure human? As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He seemed to be a little too pedantic and rigid on this point. So what if he condensed a mind power source core in his knowledge sea? He was still himself. As long as he guarded his Tao heart, why should he be too conflicted about anything else? The most important thing was that if Yixian was able to condense a spirit core in his sea of consciousness, then Yixian would most likely be able to be like those devil cultivator jailers that could be faintly seen from time to time, no longer being affected by the strange black fog in the myriad heaven prison. In this way, as long as Yixian was able to walk out of the cage, he would definitely have a chance to walk out of the myriad heaven prison. Everything could be said to have taken a turn for the better. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yixian didn't waste any more time. He immediately ordered the devouring system to condense a mind power source core. Then he sat down cross-legged in the cage, looked inside himself, and entered a state of cultivation. Whoosh! A voice that was like a tide sounded out in Yixian's mind. The instant he entered the state, the devouring system released a large amount of mental energy that was extracted from the 100 or so demon cores. It transformed into a torrent that was like a large river that surged and surged within Yixian's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it caused his mind to tremble violently, and he almost lost his mind.